2 o'clock, Sports Bash, live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN. Free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Welcome aboard, everybody. It's the Sports Bash Thursday edition. Phil's win last night behind a great pitching performance from Ranger Suárez, which, of course, offers a lot of conversation on what do you make of Ranger Suárez? I mean, so far this season, save from his first outing that he returned off the injured list, he's been an ace. He's been the Ranger Suárez that you got in the first half of last year. Can he keep this up? We'll discuss that, plus a Bryson Stott 3-run jack is the basically game winner for the Phils. They win it last night down in Miami against the Marlins. And then, of course, apropos that Nick Castellanos comes up with the play of the night, making the big catch to kind of preserve a Phillies win over the Marlins, and the same two teams will go at it again tonight. We have more on that. 4-2 Phils win last night, but the story is really Ranger. You know, Stott hits his 3-run homer. Doesn't get me all that excited. Okay, Stott hits a 3-run home run. Do I think Stott's all of a sudden going to burst out and become an offensive force? I don't. He had a good swing on a pitch, hit a 3-run homer, and gave the Phils a lead, a 4-0 lead. And but Ranger was the story. Ranger was able to. I know he gave up that home run in the 5th. Who hit that? Norby. But other than that, Ranger was able to kind of keep the game 4-1, and then allowed Strahm to kind of. You know, it was interesting last night, too, because they went with Kerkering in the 8th and Strahm in the 9th. So Strahm ends up getting the save in the game. It's one game after the last save opportunity they had. They went the other way around, right? They went with Kerkering to close the game out. Now, Kerkering came in last night and dominated. 1 inning, 2 strikeouts, bang, bang, 1, 2, 3 inning. 20 pitches, 11 strikes, c'est la vie. Strahm came in and gave you a heart attack a little bit there. And then the big play out in right field, you know, after the Marlins made it a 4-2 game, they had a couple guys on base there. And Castellanos, and the funny part about the Castellanos stuff has been the fact that Castellanos, is it his wife? Is Jess his wife, or is that his sister? That is like chomping, slapping back at people on social media about the fact, like, hey, don't use the metrics in the computer when judging Nick and his defense. Use your eyes. Apparently, he hasn't had a error in like a National League record over 400 games. Now, listen, that's admirable, but sometimes you don't make an error when you can't get to a ball that should be gotten to. Sometimes you don't make errors when you're just literally camping underneath of a ball. He's a guy that will catch the ball that's hit him. Now, the play he made last night, honestly, was a very good play. The play that he makes in right field last night, it's a good play. He goes back on it, makes the grab on the run, crashes into the wall, and helps win the game for the Phillies last night. By the way, Phillies have made a move moments ago. This is an interesting move. Now, it's not a big move, but it is interesting. So the Phillies have selected the contract of Buddy Kennedy. He is back with the team. To make room on the roster, they have optioned Weston Wilson back to Lehigh Valley. So the Weston Wilson experiment, they have seemingly soured on Wilson here. I soured on Wilson weeks ago, months ago. What took the Phillies so long? I digress. Aaron Nola goes to the 60-day injured list. So Kennedy is back. The question I really have with this move is, what is the plan for Buddy Kennedy? Not that it means that there has to be a plan, but I guess the question is, Buddy Kennedy plays generally the infield, right? He has played a little bit of outfield. I don't know where they were playing him at the AAA level every day if he was just bouncing around, but he's generally an infielder. Well, you've got Otto Kemp here, who's generally an infielder. Buddy Kennedy plays second. He plays third. He plays a little bit of first base. Otto Kemp plays the same duplicitous positions here. So Is Buddy Kennedy, did he go down to the minors and play enough left field that they feel confident that he could be the right-handed bat in the platoon that Weston Wilson? This is an interesting one for me.
Actually, he has not played any outfield this year, Mike. He has 33 games at first base, 15 at third, 3 at second, 9 at DH.
Yeah, see, this is why it's a perplexing move for me. Now, he has been hitting at AAA. All right, 283, 388 on base percentage, 8 homers, 40 RBI. Buddy Kennedy has been swinging the bat at the AAA level. So is it just them saying, hey, look, he's a right-handed bat that's been hitting. Let's just get him up here and get us another bat here, because he doesn't play the outfield.
He has 11 career games in left field.
And I think all of them have been this year. I think he played the outfield. I think they tried to get him in spring training playing the outfield. He may have played some outfield maybe a year or so ago, but he does not, as you said, 11 career games. He does not have a lot of outfield experience. So are they trying to just get another right-handed bat here? And have they decided that Max Kepler in the platoon role is kind of over with because they just don't have a right-handed option here?
Do you maybe trot back out the Sosa experiment again?
I don't think you're going to see that. But you got Buddy Kennedy, Otto Kemp, and Edmundo Sosa. All are utility infielders. None of them are outfielders first or second. They all play.
Yeah.
They all play second and third.
Well, Buddy Kennedy has 33 games at first this year.
And first, well, I'm going to say, most of them, Buddy is a third baseman and a second baseman, generally. They moved him to first. He could do that. Everybody can play first base. Sosa's even played, I think, a game or two at first base.
Yeah.
But he is a shortstop first.
Right.
He has played mostly third and second here, though, because that's where they need him. Otto Kemp is a third baseman first.
Correct.
He's playing first base now because that's where they need him. None of them is their first or second position, the outfield. So that is where all three of these guys seemingly are right-handed, duplicitous players. So what do you do with all these guys? I have no idea. But I give Phillies credit because Weston Wilson, let's be honest, Weston Wilson's first position, I don't know, where's Weston played the most?
I have to look it up, but I was going to say that what's interesting about Kemp is that Kemp has actually played less games in the outfield than Buddy Kennedy. Kennedy's at least played 11 games left field. Kemp has 7.
Yeah, Kemp just played outfield recently. They just played him out there, yeah. Just to try to find him some spots. Now, the most spots that Weston Wilson has played at the major league level is left field, 39 games. But is that because that's where they've needed him the most? Because he's played first base 6 times, third base 6 times, second base 5 times. I don't know what position he played in the minors the most.
The minors, he played his most games at third base, 238.
All right, so there. He is he is not an outfielder first. He
Correct.
is a third baseman first who had to play outfield because they needed him to. I like the people, by the way. This is the second Happy Hour Friday text we've already got on a Thursday.
People are preparing for the weekend.
Early weekend here. Got a Leinenkugel Summer Shandy.
Wow.
Entered to the mix from the beach.
I like that one.
In Seaside. Was that your stomach?
It might have been.
Oh, man. Get something to eat, man. Got a little Leinenkugel Summer Shandy.
I heard that drink, and I wanted to drink some.
George in Galloway texted in last night at 7:05 and said, Happy Hour Friday could not wait. Anglesey Ale Works Hazmat IPA on
the
tap.
Hazmat. That's good.
At Chickies and Pete's in EHT. He says, it's so good, I couldn't wait till Happy Hour Friday.
I will say I've had that one. That's a good one.
The Hazmat.
Yeah.
I've had that one. That's the one I had when I was there. Strong.
It's a good pull by George.
Got me a little sidetracked there, George, and the guy who's on the beach in Seaside who did not leave his name but did leave a picture of the Leinenkugel beer on looks like an empty beach there. Looks like you have that beach to yourself.
Do you think that Weston Wilson is going to be drinking a hazy IPA or a Leinenkugel after being demoted today?
Yeah, he's probably going to go heavy.
Going to go heavy?
You're going, well, actually, his salary has been reduced big time, so maybe he's going with a cheap beer.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with a less expensive option.
So the Phils make that move. Buddy Kennedy is up. Weston Wilson demoted. and Aaron Nola is transferred to the 60-day IL. Which
Now, really quick, I was going to say, so that is retroactive to May 15th. So keep that in mind. So
that's a long time ago.
So it's technically 60 days from May 15th, although as we know, you get all kinds of extensions because guys need time to get, games down, what do they call it? Those rehab assignments. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, so that's kind of an interesting dynamic here. How do the Phillies rotate and juggle the three duplicitous players, which are Kemp? Now, Kemp's dealing with a day-to-day issue as well. This could just be to cover for that.
Maybe.
But they would have probably done something with Kemp.
I mean, I would assume that if whatever is lingering, they would have taken care of it way before now if it was serious.
Yeah. By the way, Buddy Kennedy was the player of the month last month, so he gets called up to the Phillies after I told you his numbers were really, really, really good.
Good for him, man.
I don't know, again, how he's going to fit in with this team right now because, as we said, the positions that he plays are really not areas where the Phillies are lacking right now. They need a right-handed hitter to play the outfield. Now, could he go to the outfield and just say, hey, you're going to have to go play the outfield whether you like it or not? That's what they basically did with Weston Wilson, and they have not yet done that with Otto Kemp. Do they feel that Kennedy can handle that? Because right now, the lineup's not out yet, but I would imagine who's pitching for the Marlins is it's Cabrera, right? Edwin Cabrera pitching today for them?
It is Cabrera, yes.
All right. So you got Cabrera pitching for them today, and I would imagine then that means you're going to see the Phillies left-handed group,
Right.
So you don't have to worry about that. But you've got Kepler, Marsh, Stott. Those guys should all be in the lineup. We'll see if Kemp is back today or not. Or do they call up Kennedy and just say, we're going to go with you right away? We'll see.
I mean, again, he's played the most games this year at first base at AAA, so do they slide him over to first base and put Bohm back at third?
Well, that could be an option if Kemp is not 100% ready to go and is saying, hey, we just need to we want to keep Bohm at first base because Bohm played first last night.
He did, but if you want to keep him at third base, maybe you look at Kennedy as like, hey, this guy's played the majority of his games this year at first base, so he should be good to go.
Right, exactly. But I'm saying that's what I'm saying. If Kemp is not able to, I saw he was day to day with a knee, so maybe that's why he didn't play last night. And then it gives you a first baseman that can play there if you don't want to play Sosa there. But you could have played Weston Wilson there, quite frankly. I guess they just wanted to change from Weston Wilson to something else. But
right.
What do you guys make of Ranger Suárez's last 8 starts? From our buddy Bob Wankel from the Fightin' Words podcast, 53 innings, 46 strikeouts, a 1.17 ERA, a 0.95 whip. He is third in the majors in ERA over his last 8 starts. He has been the guy that most people have said, you got to put him in the bullpen. You got to trade him. We've been talking a lot about Mick Abel. Has Mick Abel changed your mind about trading him? What has Ranger Suárez done for you guys? Ultimately, right now, what would you do with Ranger? Start him? Bullpen him? Or trade him? 609-403-0973. Keep him in the starting rotation, and quite frankly, there's another question that peels off of that. Not only start him, but is he your number 2? I mean, Wheeler's your number 1. It looked like through April that Luzardo, wow, look at this. This Luzardo was going to be your number 2. Has Ranger Suárez jumped over both Sanchez and Luzardo as your number 2 pitcher right now?
As of right now, I think you have to consider it because of the fact that as of right now, it looks like when Ranger's at his best, he's better than everybody else at their best.
Well, I think Luzardo at his best was maybe when he was at his best. In the month of April, it was tough to say that anybody in the league was better than him. But April has dissipated, and now June is here, and we've got a bigger sample size.
Right.
The sample size for Suárez now is about the same size that the sample size was for Luzardo. Who was better, the April version of Luzardo or the version of Ranger Suárez that we're getting right now?
I mean,
it's a tough one, man.
It's tough. I mean, you like Luzardo's gaudy strikeout numbers because he was just getting so many swings and misses. I like the fact about Ranger that he seems to get better as the game goes on. Like, the first couple innings, he's good, but then it's like inning 3, 4, 5, he gets really good. So it's almost like he almost uses like the first inning as like a warm-up sometimes.
Right. You got Suárez last night in that game. He gave up that home run. It wasn't until the 5th inning, and that was the only blemish on his resume for the entire night. I mean, he was cruising through that game, and he got an early lead for the Phillies. That 4-run 4th inning off the 3-run home run for Bryson Stott really let him settle in. And then funny part is, you talk about that he got better as the game went on. He actually gave up the run in the 5th. After the Phillies got 4, he gives up 1, and now it's a 4-1 game. But then after that, in the 6th and 7th, he answered right back and got a 1-2-3 inning in the 6th. And then I think he gave up a single in the 7th.
Yeah.
And then that was it. And then they went to the bullpen.
But the majority of his
by the way, there's your playoff blueprint game. Can I get 7 out of my starter and then some combination? I know they're not great, but Kerkering, Strahm, Romano, that's what the Phillies want. Some combination of those 2 innings filled by those 3 guys.
I was going to say, again, back to the Ranger part, the majority of his strikeouts came after the 2nd inning. So the first 2 innings, he was getting mostly flyouts and ground balls, but he started ramping it up, especially after they gave up that homer. It was like he kind of settled in and he was like, all right, playtime's over, boys.
Interesting question from Cole and LBI. Let's see what this says here. Guys, with Suárez pitching like this, do the Phillies consider flipping Luzardo? That he might be able to get the most in return because he's under team control next season. That's an interesting thought. Do the Phillies say, we'll keep Suárez and we'll try to flip Luzardo and see what we can get there? Hasn't really crossed my mind, Cole.
I haven't thought of that before. The team control is probably way more valuable than the average one of us thinks of sometimes. I could totally see a team saying to the Phillies, like a contending team, like the Red Sox, just to use them as an example. Like, look, we get to keep this guy for next year, too.
A Baltimore team doesn't like to spend money. They're relatively cheap, needs starting pitching.
Right.
Has something you need.
I just think Baltimore is too far out of the race at this point.
They've moved themselves back into this thing a little bit. If you haven't been paying attention to the Orioles, they have actually they're out of the East, they're 11 back. But in the wild card, the last I looked, in the wild card race, I thought they were within, 6.5. They've kind of wiggled their way back in within 6.5 of the wild card. I know 6.5 seems like, not really, but that's a team that was way out of it.
Yeah, but they're 5-5 in the last 10. I'm not getting my hopes too much up for them.
You might not, but that might still have to make their decision. Now, listen, Baltimore is a team that is cheap.
Yes.
So if they have a pitcher under team control, that is attractive to them. So they've been dying for starting pitching. So even whether they're in this or not, if they could get a young starting pitcher, I think they're interested.
Right. So what
especially if, they're moving a player that they don't have any interest in retaining.
Right. So it's like, for example, we've heard the name Cedric Mullins in the conversations, right? So
the trade the other day was Mick Abel that Jim Bowden from The Athletic put out there. Mick Abel in exchange for Felix Bautista and Cedric Mullins.
I would say this, Mike, and tell me what you think. If you called Baltimore and said, we'll give you Luzardo and Brandon Marsh if you give us Bautista and Cedric Mullins. Because now you're swapping center fielders who are left-handed bats.
Mm-hmm.
You're giving up Luzardo because he's under team control, and you're getting a guy in Bautista who can add some depth.
I mean, does that move any better, worse, or indifferent than the one for Mick Abel, and I'd rather just have Mick Abel?
I would rather have Mick Abel. And also, I think Mullins is an upgrade over Brandon Marsh.
It sounds like that's a no-brainer. I mean, would I rather have Cedric Mullins, a free agent, or Brandon Marsh, who
He's on team control for
has
2
a
more
couple
years.
more team control? Look, Mullins has a little more power this year, but he's not generally been, he's hitting 229, which I can't imagine is much worse, much better than.
Marsh is batting, 240, I think, right now? Let me pull it up.
Marsh's batting average is better, and his on base is better than Marsh is hitting 257 with a 348 on base, whereas Mullins is hitting 229 with a 312 on base. I mean,
But
those numbers are better. Now, Mullins has 12 homers and 35 RBI, whereas Marsh only has 2 homers and 15 RBI. So, but keep in mind, Mullins hits at the top of the lineup. Marsh is at the bottom of the lineup. Marsh, listen, I'm not here to tell you Marsh is anything special, but I don't know that Cedric Mullins is all that big of an upgrade.
Well, still, the idea of trading...
He's a good outfielder, though. He's a better center fielder.
He's a better fielding center fielder for sure, and he's got more power. But still, the idea of trading Lazaro is an interesting question.
It is definitely it is one to wrap your head around.
We are about 6 weeks away from the trade deadline. Is a scenario over the next 6 weeks, if Lazaro can get some consistent starts, he still has appeal at the deadline, and you look at Ranger and you say he just might be a better pitcher for you moving forward.
Sports Bash is live on a Thursday. George Castillo covers Major League Baseball. He's going to be a part of the ESPN radio broadcast of the Phillies and the Mets. He's going to join us about how big of a series this is starting tomorrow night. Citizens Bank Park will be the home for all 3 games, of course. And you can listen to the Saturday and Sunday game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Saturday's coverage starts at 6:30. Sunday's coverage starts at 6. Right now, with the Phillies win last night and the Mets have lost 5 in a row, 1 game separates them in National League East play. Phillies, of course, play tonight against the Marlins. The Mets are playing the Braves. If the Mets lose and the Phillies win, these 2 teams will be deadlocked even as they play tomorrow night. We talked about this earlier in the week. Depending on what happened this week to lead up to that game, if the Phillies stubbed their toe against Miami and the Mets took care of business against the Braves, this could have been a 6.5 game lead. Instead, you're possibly looking at 2 teams being deadlocked on Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. All 3 games on national TV. Friday is Apple TV Plus. Saturday is Fox. And Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. So all 3 Phillies-Mets games will be on national television. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. When we come back, we'll take a look at the 2 teams, the Phillies and the Mets. What separates the 2? George Castillo from ESPN joins me to preview it next on the Sports Bash. 2:30, it's the Phillies and Mets tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. You can hear Saturday and Sunday's games right here on 97.3 ESPN. Covering the games for ESPN Radio, ESPN's Jorge Castillo set to join us. What separates this Phillies and Mets team? Right now, one game. But what separates the Phillies and Mets big picture? Let's take a look at the Mets, who are in first place. They got off to the hot start. The Phillies passed them. Then the Mets returned the favor. And now, tonight, just one game separates those two. Tomorrow night, they could be locked for the weekend set. Saturday on 97.3 ESPN, Sunday Night Baseball on 97.3 ESPN. Jorge Castillo will be there checking it all out. He's set to join us right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Jorge, welcome. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you?
We're all good, man. And this one's big. I mean, it was 3.5 at the start of the week. Phillies have played the Marlins this week, have cut it to 1. Is this a big June series, or is it a little too early to start thinking about division races?
I think these series, when you're going against other teams in your division that you think or will be there in the end, I think these series do matter. We saw last year with the Mets, they had to go play that doubleheader in Atlanta just to make the postseason. Atlanta barely gets in anyway because the Diamondbacks were left out, and they all had 89 wins, 89, 90 wins. These series matter. When you're going for the division title, you want that bye in the postseason. So these two teams evenly matched, in my opinion. I think the Mets have their strengths, the Phillies have theirs, but this 3-game series this weekend in Philly will be big.
Jorge, when you look at the Mets, let's start with them. What do they do well when you say they have their strengths? What has propelled them in your mind? Because they beat the Phillies in the playoffs last year. They went out and got Soto, so everybody thought, okay, they beat the Phillies last year. Now they've added Soto. When you look at the Mets, where are their strong suits and maybe where they're a game above the Phillies right now?
Yeah, so it's funny because this was 2 weeks ago, I would have been like, their starting rotation has been, great, because it has been, best starter ERA in baseball, overachieving in a lot of ways, right? Clay Holmes, David Peterson, Griffin Canning, Tyler McGill, Kodai Senga, who is hurt now. He had an ERA at 1.47 when he got hurt. He's going to miss some time. He's on the injured list, with a leg injury. I think it's a hamstring or a calf, covering first base. And then we're seeing cracks elsewhere. Griffin Canning is not the guy he was at the beginning of the season. Tyler McGill is now on the injured list with with an elbow injury. We're seeing some cracks there, and that is worrisome. But that has been a huge strength. That is the reason why the Mets have gotten off to this good start. That's why they're in first place right now. But I wonder about it now as we go, into the back end of June, go into the All-Star break, how that starting rotation is going to hold up. The bullpen's overachieved as well, as in my opinion. They don't have A.J. Minter for the rest of the season. I wonder if that's going to be an issue. But again, that bullpen has overachieved, and that's a huge reason why they're in first place. And then offensively, Pete Alonso and Francisco Lindor have done their thing. They've had their ebbs and flows, but as of right now, Pete Alonso is a 948 OPS. He might start the All-Star game in the National League. He might be an MVP candidate depending how this goes. And then you mentioned Juan Soto. A lot of noise around Juan Soto, how he's not necessarily doing what everyone expected. At the same time, the guy has an 849 OPS. He leads the majors in walks. He has 14 home runs. He's on pace for over 30. And I think he's just going to get hotter as literally the weather warms up. I think Juan Soto will get better. He's been traditionally a slow starter. I think there was a transition period there in which he just wasn't as comfortable with the surroundings as maybe you would want him to be. I think he's getting comfortable, and I think he's going to start producing. So I think the offense is going to get better, and I think the pitching staff is going to regress. So what does that mean as we go forward here? I'm not sure, but that's sort of the state of the Mets to this point.
Well, it's funny. Over at ESPN.com, Jorge, they rank the batting lineups, and they have the Mets at number 5. They have the Phillies at number 7. But if you were in our listening audience every single day, you wouldn't actually they had the Phillies at number 6. You wouldn't think the Phillies lineup was a top 10 lineup in baseball. They have a lot of questions. They have a lot of issues. The platoons have not worked out. They just demoted with the right-handed bat in left field, Weston Wilson. Max Kepler has come over. When you look at the Phillies lineup, from an outside perspective, maybe not someone who sees them every single day and is so judgy, are they a top 7? I mean, they're the number 6 lineup in baseball here, according to Dave Schoenfield over at ESPN.com. So what are the fans missing about the Phillies lineup?
Here's one thing I'll say, and you're right. I don't see that team every day. I'm more around the New York teams and they, other teams that I kind of watch for work. I will say this: every fan base, almost every single fan base, complains about their teams even as they're winning games. I was in Los Angeles for 5.5 years. You would think that was the worst team in baseball. They won over 100 games every single year with one of the best lineups in baseball, and they were in the playoffs. So I think fan bases, and I get it. You watch your team, you want them to do better than they're doing, and you see the struggles. Now, the Phillies don't have Bryce Harper at the moment, and that is, Bryce Harper to me is one of the most, it's crazy to think, underrated players in baseball. He's two-time MVP. He's a franchise guy. Obviously, this year he was sort of underachieving. You got to wonder about how much the wrist is bothering him and all the other stuff he's been dealing with. I just think when we made those rankings, I was part of those rankings. I ranked those lineups. So it was a group of us. You got to think about what they're doing right now and the potential, right? If Bryce Harper gets healthy, if Trey Turner can, who's having a solid year, can keep it going and get a little better, Bohm can figure it out. JT Realmuto's having a career worst year. Can he get it going? Nick Castellanos, Kyle Schwarber's having a great year. So you project a little bit. Obviously, the bottom half of this lineup is an issue. So I expect the Phillies to go and get somebody, probably an outfielder, to bolster their lineup. Cedric Mullins might be out there. Luis Robert Jr. might be out there. So I expect the Phillies to go out and make it happen. Now, again, going back to my original thing here, I get why you look at this lineup and you wonder, really, it's a top 6, 7 lineup? Go look at the lineups across baseball. It's not like all these teams are loaded, So that's something you gotta think about. The Dodgers are loaded, the Yankees, the Mets, the Cubs have it, but when you start going down a list here,
right?
The Red Sox just traded Rafael Devers. It's not like these lineups are all loaded, and the Phillies have veteran guys who have been All-Stars, won MVPs, top of the top across baseball. And there's a reason why this team has had success in the postseason. They went to the World Series, they went to NLCS. These guys are proven and they're good.
Jorge Castillo, ESPN Radio's coverage of the Phillies and Mets Saturday and Sunday. That's been Dave Dombrowski's point is, look around baseball. There's a lot of lineups have problems in them. With that, then, Jorge, if you looked at the Phillies and the Mets matching up, is the Phillies pitching staff the difference in this one, or is their weakened bullpen not as good as a bullpen as they had last year, which was a Achilles heel in that series? How does that pitching kind of make this battle? How do you handicap the Phillies pitching in this particular matchup?
I think the Phillies starting rotation, it's the kind of starting rotation where in a short series, obviously these teams aren't going to play this weekend like it's the playoffs, but if it were a playoff series, I would put my money on the Phillies probably. Just to start in rotation when you have a Wheeler. I know Luzardo had a weird stretch there, but other than that, he's been really good this season. Christopher Sanchez. They have guys who just step up in October. You want those stoppers in October, those kind of ace-type pitchers. And frankly, the Mets at the moment don't really have that. Kodai Senga's hurt. Sean Manaea has not pitched yet this season. Frankie Montas, who's a big-time free agent, not a big-time free agent signing, that's over the top. 2 years, $34 million. He has looked terrible on his rehab assignment, but he's coming back soon. So I think the starting rotation is a big advantage for the Phillies. I expect them, not only, I told you that they're probably going to address the outfield, I expect them to address that bullpen.
Yeah.
Having Jose Alvarado not just suspended for 80 games, but not having him eligible for the postseason is a huge, huge blow. So I expect them to go get 2-3 guys for that bullpen. Dombrowski is aggressive. This is an older team. They have to strike. They want to win a World Series. I'm not into the whole window thing. Maybe next year is a great chance for them, but you never know what's going to happen this year after this year, right? This is a chance, an opportunity to win a World Series with Zach Wheeler still at the peak of his powers. Luzardo, Sanchez, Bryce Harper, if he comes back healthy. So I expect Dombrowski to be aggressive and address that bullpen. Now, as for, the Mets versus the Phillies pitching staffs, I would give the Mets the advantage in the bullpen, even though there's some question marks there right now. And then the starting rotation, definitely the Phillies.
Jorge Castillo is obviously the Phillies and Mets have a big one this weekend. They don't play till tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but both those games on ESPN Radio. And, of course, you can listen to the coverage on Saturday at 6:30. Sunday night baseball starts at 6 o'clock right here on 97.3 ESPN. And, obviously, you mentioned the pitching seems to be the story here, but you talked about Soto. You've been around him a lot this year. How is he kind of settling in as the perception has been he's gotten off to a slow start, his desire to be with the Mets. Where is he now as the calendar is flipped to mid-June?
Yeah, I think he's fine. He's been a lot better in June. I'm looking up the numbers right now, specifically for June. He's hitting .315 with an 1,100 OPS. He's been good. Obviously, the optics were terrible. It's kind of all at once. That Subway Series where he's getting booed at Yankee Stadium. He doesn't look great. Doesn't seem like he's running out of the box. Then he goes to Fenway, hits that ball off the wall, pimps it, thinks it's gone. It's not gone. He hits a single instead of a double. All this stuff kind of just accumulated at the same time. But over the last few weeks, going back to the end of May, he has that swagger back. There was an at bat there against the Dodgers against Tony Gonsolin when he got the shuffle going. He always says when he's doing that means he's feeling right. He doesn't force it. So I think Juan Soto's a guy. It took us some time to figure things out. He's figured it out. He's going to be fine. You could argue forever whether he's worth $765 million. I get both sides of it, but that's what he's getting paid. And he is one of the best hitters in baseball when he's going right, and he's going right now. And I expect him to go right for the rest of the season.
Tomorrow, right here, tomorrow it's the Apple TV game. Saturday it's the Fox game. Sunday night baseball. Both games Saturday, Sunday, right here on 97.3 ESPN. So it's a national audience for all three games. Jorge Castillo will be there. Mick Abel will get the start for the Phillies on Saturday. Jesus Luzardo goes Sunday night, and Friday night it will be Zach Wheeler. Mets have not announced who will start for them on Friday night, but we should have a lot of fun with this here. Jorge, we appreciate a couple minutes of your time. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good stuff. Jorge Castillo breaking it down as he'll be covering that Phillies and Mets series, ESPN Radio. For those of you listening on the radio, you'll hear his reporting throughout the series right here on 97.3 ESPN as you take a look at these two teams. Now, they both play tonight, so depending on what happens tonight, they are separated by one game. A Phillies loss and a Mets win, it would be 2 games. A Mets loss and a Phillies loss, it would stay at 1. If the Phillies win and the Mets lose, they will be locked for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And, it's early. You got a lot of game left. But keep in mind, the Phillies and the Mets only play 2 more series after this. So the 2 head-to-head series, or the 1 head-to-head series left in the first half of the season, and then the 2 head-to-head series in the second half of the season, that's all the Mets games that are left here. The Phillies don't play the Mets again until August 25th. And then they don't play them again until September the 8th, and then that's it. It's a 4-game set at Citizens Bank Park in September. So we got all that baseball still to go, but a big one this weekend. And listen, I think Jorge made a great point, and he said it, quote, if this was a playoff series right now, he's going with Philadelphia. It might be shocking to hear that, right? But he's around the Mets a lot, and he's saying, look, the Phillies pitching is the difference there. But wasn't that the case last year? The big difference last year, I thought, was the Mets pitching, which was a bit unheralded last year. In those playoffs, shut the Phillies down. He talked about Minaya has not pitched this year. Last season, you had the lefty Minaya. Phillies have to think about that. When you put your team together and you know that the Mets are a team in your way and you struggled against a pitcher who was left-handed last year and yet you really didn't do anything. So if you face the Mets again in a playoff series and you're thinking to yourself, okay, and by the way, Kodai Senga, who pitched in that series against the Phillies last year, he did not a lot. He started that, he came out of nowhere, didn't throw all year, and he starts a playoff game. Now, he's hurt. He's got a hamstring problem, though, so it's not an arm problem. But they got Senga out, they got Minaya out, and Montas is out. So they got 3 guys. And by the way, David Peterson, who's going to pitch on Sunday night, is left-handed. So they got all of those issues, and yet they are still a game up on you. So I do hear what Jorge's saying, that, hey, if they're playing in a playoff series, he's going Phillies because of the pitching. Keep in mind, we all thought the Phillies had the pitching check mark last year when they played as well. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. Hit the cast button. Subscribe for more content on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. If you're on the X platform and on YouTube, share, like, subscribe. Easy to do. You'll get the show every day. When we go live, the alert will come to you, and you can be a part of the show on the text board at 609-403-0973. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, 15 minutes from now, what's up with AceBailey? That's next, plus Keith Pompey from the Inquirer at 3 o'clock. Talk Sixers and the draft. We are getting closer to the NBA draft, and the NBA draft Wednesday night right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 251 Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? A couple text messages. Let's get to a few here. Mike, yesterday you loaded Thompson for his role in the clubhouse. I think that takes a hit when he decides before the game he's not going to take Castellanos out for defensive substitutions. Why? And what kind of reporter does not ask why that is the case? Rob Thompson folded. Why? Because he didn't take Castellanos out last night in the game? Is that what he's suggesting?
Yeah, so the idea is that Thompson had previously said he took Castellanos out for a defensive replacement. You could have brought him out in the game last night for defensive replacement.
Well, I think he said we might start doing it from time to time. I don't know that it's going to be I don't know if that they're ready to start doing it every single night.
And I don't think he ever suggested they were doing it every single night either.
No, I never heard that. I know yesterday Charlotte was on with us and said it's something that they might start doing. I don't know that they're going to do it every single night, though. So
I don't think Thompson
was last night a game where it could have been done? Absolutely. I mean, it's a 4-2 game, and
right.
If you think, by the way, Castellanos makes the play.
Win the game.
To win the game, right? Which I don't know that he said, Thompson, we're going to start taking him out every single game.
He never said that.
No, I don't think that's the case. And I think that Thompson did a great job diffusing this whole thing, to which it's seemingly a nothing burger at this point, which, look, we're glad about that. You know, this thing came out of right field. Castellanos hit in the 7th. That might have factored into it. It's a close game, so you know Castellanos is coming back up in the 9th. Now, it is a 4-1 game that you would probably say, look, we don't care about the score. We want the better defense out there. Thompson wouldn't be wrong in that situation, but you do know that Castellanos is scheduled to bat at least one more time.
Right.
Where in the game the other night, he was not scheduled to bat again. He had hit in the 8th inning. So if the situation was the same to that text message, then I would agree with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if Castellanos hit in the 8th and now he's not scheduled to bat again,
correct.
Then I think, okay, that's where you could hit defensively replace him because he's not due to bat again with a lead in the game. But because he bat in the 7th, he's scheduled to come back up again in the 9th inning.
But also it's the fact that he was already 2 for 5 with the 9th. I thought he was like 0 for. So he already showed you that he was having a productive night at the plate.
Yeah, but I don't know that part of it matters because whoever you
so?
put in for him defensively is not a better offensive option. You're going to put Rojas out there. You never want Rojas to hit instead of Castellanos in any situation.
No, but I think if Castellanos was like 0 for 4 or 0 for 5, I think you feel a little differently.
I don't know about that. This is more, hey, he hit. Listen, we'll see what ends up happening. Again, you talk about it yesterday. They're on the road. There's not as much coverage of the team right now. So when he comes back tomorrow, will there be more of this? We'll find out. Keith Pompey coming up. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. A lot of fills in hour one. Sixers draft Wednesday night. AceBailey backs out of the Sixers meeting scheduled for tomorrow. What's the dealio? Canceled a visit to the Sixers. He was slated to fly here. He had dinner. He had a private workout. He had the whole 9 yards. Who knows? Maybe they were going to have Dr. J take his shoes off and try to court him. But he decided, you know what? I don't want to be there. I'm not coming. Now, he hasn't said I don't want to play here. He has just basically stated he don't want to go through the whole pre-draft workout. And according to reports, Bailey's pre-draft strategy has perplexed teams over the past month. So what's the plan for AceBailey, the Rutgers freshman, who many people pencil in as the number 3 overall pick in this draft? Now, if he doesn't work out for the Sixers, does that mean they would take him off their board? You know, we saw this with Kristaps Porzingis years ago, where he did not want to work out for the Sixers, so the Sixers decided not to take him, and he ended up going to the Knicks. The Sixers ended up with Jahlil Okafor at that time, and Porzingis went number 4. This is a little bit of a different situation because I think there's more options with Bailey not being the clear-cut, surefire number 3 pick, but there's so many stories that are wrapped around this one where Bailey decides, hey, he doesn't want to come. He had the workout, and then at the last minute he backs out here. I mean, he did have everything scheduled to come here. Now, keep in mind, the Sixers, situated in Philadelphia, Rutgers up in the northern part of New Jersey, they are close enough that I would imagine the Sixers scouts and people who cover the draft for them are able to see AceBailey play in person a lot. Throughout the course of the season, in the college season, I'm sure that they did their due diligence and watched him plenty. But him canceling his visit tomorrow, how does that shake up the draft Wednesday night? Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer is here now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And there always seems to be something, my friend, as we get days before the NBA draft. AceBailey, who I think is a polarizing guy, Keith. I don't know how many people are like, this is the guy you have to take. But how much have him backing out of this meeting tomorrow changed the landscape of pick number 3, if at all?
You know, I think it changes it. I do. You know, I think, you know, the 76ers are saying that it doesn't. And I give them credit. I give them respect for saying that because you have to say it, right? But at the same time, when you look at it, you know, here's a guy who refused to work out for a lot of teams, right? There are some questions going on about, questions about immaturity, with questions about, you know, not having really good interviews at the combine, you know, questions about shot selection. And the way that this is going down, you know, yeah, the Sixers could still draft them, but at the same time, you're looking at the Sixers team who have cultural problems, and you're saying to yourself, are you sure you want to bring this in there? Are you sure? So I do think that it changes things. It does. It kind of sort of like saying to certain teams, well, we'll force you to draft them. Like we don't think you're going to take them, but go ahead and we'll force you to do it. So I do think that it changes the landscape because of all the things going on now. You figure, like, is he a valuable option still? Does he still remain to be a valuable option for the Sixers?
Yeah, and I know there's other options here that are intriguing. Is to you, Keith Pompey, AceBailey the clear-cut guy at number 3, or is he not the guy that entices you the most?
You know what? He enticed me the most. He did. I was I'm not going to say captain of the AceBailey, unofficial leader of the AceBailey fan club, but at the same time, I really like some of the things that he did and he does in regards to, you know, when you have Hall of Famers like Carmelo Anthony, you have DeMarcus Cousins, all these other guys talking about him, and you look at a position of need. I know that's the number 3 pick, but you typically take a guy who's best player available. But when you look at where the 76ers roster is and how they're trying to win a championship, you look at him as a guy that, okay, maybe he can help out, right? When you see a guy like VJ Edgecombe. A lot of people like him. I like him as well. But when I look at him and I see that he's only 6'4", and who knows, he's probably going to be the pick. But when you look at him, you try to factor in, like, okay, what does that mean when you have a Jarrett McCain? What does that mean if you're trying to bring Quentin Grimes back? You know, you have a bunch of guards. So to me, it's really like you look at AceBailey, and he is on paper the perfect fit in my mind to go with the Sixers. But right now, you know, is what do the Sixers do? What are they going to do?
Yeah, Keith had a poll up on the X platform yesterday. 45 of your followers said AceBailey the pick, 39 Edgecombe, who is a little smaller. When you watch these NBA Finals, Keith, you see what Indiana has, a lot of duplicitous-sized guards. Does that change your mindset at all and say the Sixers say, is it, you know, the way the league is kind of changing, do the Sixers look at that and say, you know what, they got a bunch of 6'4", 6'5" guards that they just keep throwing at you? We're okay with that.
If the Sixers weren't on the hook for Paul George and Joel Embiid's massive contracts, right? If they were a team like the Indiana Pacers where they're not paying any luxury tax and stuff like that, of course, yeah, I'd say that. But right now, when I look at the Sixers, now, again, I get it. You got a lot of guys who can come in there and they can play that position. But when I look at a team that's kind of like cash strapped and they don't have a lot of options that way financially, I'm thinking of a team like, okay, how do you fill out a roster? Like, it's great to have a bunch of guards, but if you can't afford a power forward, you know, hey, is that going to work for you? Because then some of those guards are going to have to play the forward position. And I don't know if you can play small ball like 80 times a season for, you know what I mean, for like 48 minutes. You know, that's not going to work.
You know, AceBailey is a very polarizing guy for a couple of reasons. One, he doesn't – so he makes – let's break this. He makes the appointment to come here tomorrow. They've got dinner, a movie, maybe Dr. J musings. Who knows? But they're rolling out the red carpet for this guy. He backs out of this. Do we know why he decides, I don't want to go here?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out now. Like, a lot of people are saying, it could be, right. Some people are wondering if it's worse. I mean, if it's worth coming to the 76ers right now, when you possibly have a place where you could go to, like, if I drop or something, I can go to Washington. You know, I can go to New Orleans. I can go to Brooklyn, and then there'll be a clearer path. Me personally, I just think that the guy is probably getting some poor advice. Now let's keep it 100. Kristaps Porzingis, you know, he decided he didn't want to work out for the 76ers, and he landed at the New York Knicks, right? Matisse Thybulle, who was selected 20th by the Celtics, the Sixers had to trade up, but he chose not to work out for any teams in the draft, right? They expected him to fall to 24 to the Sixers. It didn't happen. So it's not the first time that a guy said, I'm not going to work out for said team and for things to pan out for him. I think the big thing here is, like you said, you know, here's a guy who didn't want to work out for the Sixers. Then all of a sudden, VJ Edgecombe works out. Everyone's raving over what VJ Edgecombe did. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I'm coming in. And at the 11th hour, it's like, oh, sorry, I'm not coming in. So to me, that's the big thing right then and there.
Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer. The Sixers have the third pick in the NBA draft. So Bailey cancels the workout. Edgecombe, you mentioned before, could be the pick there. I think a lot of people – is there anybody else even in the mix in your mind at 3?
At 3, you know what? The guy Trey Johnson is a good guy, a good pick. The thing about Trey, though, you know, good guy, but you know, he puts me more in mind of like a Klay Thompson type of guy. And what I mean by that is, you know, he's a guy that comes in, he's known to be a great shooter, you know, stuff like that. But at the same time, is he kind of like a third pick type of guy? Like, is he someone that you say, okay, right now we passed on these other dudes, he's there, are we going to take him? You know, aside from that, I feel like the other guys are basically guys who could go there, but the 76ers could like select them later, right? and then get more value for him. Or like basically, I'm going to get this guy, but I'm also going to get another first round pick, and it's going to help this roster out where you don't have a lot of cap space to get people in free agency. So, and one of those guys to me is Con Knipple, right? You know, a pretty good shooter. Probably not pretty good. He's like the best shooter in the draft, right? And then not only that, I like his size. He's 6'7". He can play off of other great players. But then, you know, the thing is, he's a plug and play player. Then you can go after that. You can go and say, okay, well, let's try to see if we can get a backup center. You know what I mean? But you're not going to do that at number 3. You're not. And that's a backup center role would be something that I would get with a later first round pick if I was able to acquire 2.
Yeah, I know that you have 3. It feels like such a big impactful spot there. But Keith, is the right move for where this team is to try to see if someone wants to flip with you and move back a little bit?
I think it is. But at the same time, I also feel like you have to, if you're the 76ers, you have to at least give, even if you don't want them, you have to give that impression that AceBailey is still in play, right? Because let's just say if I'm the Washington Wizards who want to select 6, and I know that the 76ers are going to take VJ Edgecombe or Trey Johnson. Well, the team that I'm trying to trade with is the Charlotte Hornets now, right? You know what I mean? I'm like trying to start there. So I feel like the more that the Sixers act like they're interested, and who knows, they still may be. But the more they say like, yo, we're going to take him or we're really considering him, that comes to a point where more teams are going to give you more assets to get them, as opposed to just saying, okay, they're going to take someone else and let's just hone in on the Utah Jazz in the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second here. Obviously, pick 2, a lot of buzz around that, and Harper is the move for the Sixers to do whatever they can and get their hands on that kid.
I don't know, because to me, I feel like it's going to be another Markelle Fultz situation. Well, I shouldn't say that with him. And what I mean by that is you're going to give up so many assets for this guy that where they're going to try to break you as far as the draft picks that you have to give, to whereas is it going to be worth it just moving up one spot? I mean, again, I love him. I think that he's the perfect fit. He could play alongside Tyrese Maxey. But my question is, when you see a guy like Desmond Bane getting 4 first-round picks, right? Mm-hmm. You see Mikal Bridges last year getting 5 first-round picks. Well, if this is a draft where there's only 2 guys who supposedly can't miss prospects, how much do you think the Spurs are going to try to get? I mean, think about this. For DeJounte Murray, what did they get? 4 first-round picks from the Atlanta Hawks? So, to me, it's like
crazy.
Yes. I mean, how many picks do the Sixers have to go up and get them? And then when we look at it, what other assets do you have? They're not going to take Joel Embiid. They're not going to take Paul George. So, to me, it's like, and they don't need the Maxey, and you don't want to get rid of Maxey. So it's just one of those things where I think that you're giving up too much, and maybe you don't even have enough to go up there and get them.
All right, what do you make? I know one of the Jazz writers was on a podcast, and he said, hey, I'm getting aggregated here. But he did say in the podcast that he knows that the Sixers called the Jazz for, offering up Paul George. Are the Sixers trying to unload that George contract on people?
I don't know. I mean, the Sixers, like, here again, it's one of those things where when you talk to them and they're like, nah, we're not trying to do it. We're trying to bring everyone back. But again, it's kind of like, I think you got to ask. You got to go out there. Like, it's one of them things like, nah, I'm not trying to do it. But, babe, I'm so sorry. I got a deal that I couldn't pass up. I had to take it. Like, I do feel like the 76ers, yes, if they could get rid of that contract, they will get rid of that contract. And Mike, you're informed. This is something that came out as soon as the NBA Combine came out. As soon as the 76ers got that number 3 pick, word was that they were going to try to unload Paul George to Utah or to the Phoenix Suns, right, for for marketing, Lowry marketing, or for Kevin Durant. And then what happens is it comes out now, and now the guy is saying he was aggregated. But again, this is something that we heard about before, and it's just like the 76ers going out there asking the San Antonio Spurs, can I get, the number 2 pick? Yes, they're going out there asking, trying to pick like other people on the market too as well. They're just trying to do their due diligence right now,
Yeah, well, and it's funny because we were looking yesterday. Obviously, you see that, you're like going through the trade machine, what works. I mean, a John Collins move would even work there. I mean, even marketing seems like, okay, that would be, you would do that in a heartbeat. But like even John Collins, who you get his off the book next year, it seems like the Sixers, if they could get a deal like that, that would be a no-brainer. You get to the 5th pick, plus you had a player like Collins get his contract off the book. Pick number 5 would be highly attractive to this group right now, wouldn't you think?
It would be. Yeah, it would be highly attractive. But then at the same time, what we're talking about is like, while that's highly attractive, and yes, while Utah might say, okay, let's go up in there and let's try to see what we can do with AceBailey, at the same time, why would they take on Paul George's contract?
Same question I had in my head, man.
Yeah, it's kind of like, what? Like, I mean, that's one of those like, nah, I'm sorry. Like, you got it. We're not doing that for Paul George's contract. And like, Utah is sitting pretty right now. Like, when you look at it, yes, they do. They could go up and get him. But right now, it looks like, let's just say if AceBailey slides, right? Yep. I mean, Utah is sitting there. We already know who's going to go number 1 and number 2. So Utah is number 5. They could say, okay, well, you got VJ Edgecombe, you got Trey Johnson, and you got AceBailey. All right, well, two, one of them isn't bad, or you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like one of those things, like whoever we get, we get. And then next year, they're probably going to struggle again next year, and they're going to be in another lottery. Yeah. So I don't feel like right now Utah is a team where their window is closing to where they like, I got to get this prospect to win a championship right now. But I will tell you, they may feel like if they get Paul George, if you got to take in Paul George, well, then they know they're not going to win anytime soon because they're going to have that money on the salary cap.
Yeah, I agree. What you said is the same thought in my head. Why would Utah want 3 years of Paul George sitting there and have to pay him that money? Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Where is Joel Embiid in your mind? We haven't heard any updates on him. Do we know anything about Embiid?
Nah, I can't really speak on that one. I will say that, you talk to people and they're like, oh, he's doing well, he's doing this and that. And to be honest with you, I think to me, with the whole Joel Embiid situation is like a wait and see, right? How many years, Mike, have we been in the offseason and everybody been saying, okay, Joel's rehabbing, we can't wait till the preseason comes. And then next thing you know, he doesn't practice the first day, or he's resting, or he's doing this and he's doing that. And then you got to wait until the regular season comes to get a glimpse of him, right? So to me, it's kind of like, we've been close to a decade, if not a decade, dealing with stuff like this when it comes to Joel. So I'm not really listening to what's being said. I want to see it. Because you remember last year, he was supposed to be healthy. And then what happened is it was like, oh, well, it's like management. It's this, it's that. Then you find out the knee is swollen. And then you find out, a whole lot of other things. So to me, it's one of those things where, I think Joel is a guy who doesn't really communicate with them as much as he could. Maybe he tells them stuff, but, it's like a need-to-know basis. And to me, we'll find things out once we see him out there on the floor.
I know, I think it was Dr. J and Charles Barkley last week. Both had said on the Philadelphia radio stations that they have not been invited or have ever spoken to Joel. Do you find that to be wild, or is that normal?
I find that to be wild when you
Yeah.
when you regard who these two guys are. But if you know who Joel is, I find it to be normal. Like, I'm not surprised, put it that way.
So that would be you would say that's a Joel, like he just doesn't care or doesn't like get the magnitude of who they are?
I think Joel is more like a private person, so to speak. Like, he's just He's into himself. Like, it's funny. Like, you hear stories, remember? Like, you heard stories about, I mean, this is maybe a little different, but you hear stories about how he likes Maxey. Like, Joel comes into in the locker room and he's like real stoic and he, this and that. He's not a morning person. And Maxey goes up to him. He's like, "Hey, how you doing, man? You ready for practice?" Stuff like this. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but it gets to a point where then he comes back the next day. "Hey, big fella." Then he comes back, and after a while, it's like, "Oh, come here, dude. You're gonna be my friend." But you know what I mean? Because he's like that annoying little brother that you keep kicking out the room. Then after a while, "Look, man, you're not bothering. Go over there and sit in the chair. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna play games." So I think he has that type of personality where he keeps to himself, but at the same time, it's also one of those things where, Dr. J and Charles Barkley are amongst the all-time greats, right? And you would think like, if you had those guys, you can lean on them. But there's something else we got to understand about Joel is that, Joel didn't grow up in America. He did not grow up a basketball fan. Like, he grew up a Kobe Bryant fan, but he wasn't a basketball fan per se. So certain guys who like us, like if we were in the locker room, like, "Oh my God, Dr. J, oh my God, Barkley was the beast." Well, Joel might be that way if it was soccer or volleyball. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a cultural thing.
I have opined many times about Embiid's background and just not, he didn't play the game. Like, he just doesn't, like, it might not resonate the way it does for us as the day-to-day, like LeBron talks about this ring culture and how, like Joel just did not grow up in that, and it just might be shocking to him how much people care about this.
Yeah, exactly. I agree 100%, but it's just different.
You got Maxey. Is Grimes going to be back here and starting in your mind?
It depends on what they do in the draft, honestly.
So he's not a guarantee.
I mean, my thing is, so here's the deal with the whole grind thing. The deal is, a team could make it hard for the 76ers to get him. Let's say if the 76ers, I think the 76ers feel like they have a great chance of getting him. But if we're going to be realistic, let's just say if you go out there and you draft VJ Edgecombe at number 3.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm not talking to Daryl Morey or anybody like that. I'm just saying. Assume you go out there and get VJ Edgecombe at number 3. You already have Jared McCain. You have Tyrese Maxey. Edgecombe is going to be in that guard rotation. If you draft him number 3, he's making $11.1 million, right? So and then if he's one of those guys, you're going to have to play him. I don't know what role he's going to have, but he's going to have to play. So is it one of those things at that point, are you still invested in another guard to be a rotation guard, especially when you have Kelly Oubre coming back? You're going to pick up an 8.3 option. So, you know what? It to me, that's why it's one of those things where it's a wait and see.
Yeah.
First of all, how much are the 76ers willing to pay for? And then secondly, it's kind of like, they're trying to win a championship and they have to fill out a roster. So, they're close to the cap with just 4 players. They're close to the cap with 4 players. So to me, it's just one of those things. Do you really want to be in the second apron or not?
Right. And then, of course, you got a couple guys who have player options that I would imagine opt back in. Gordon has a player option. Drummond has a player option. Those guys are probably likely to opt back in. Me and you are on the same page on a lot of these things. A Pitt and a West Virginia guy thinking the same today. That's kind of crazy. But I enjoyed seeing you, my man. Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Sixers draft 2-night event for you. Yeah. Wednesday night and Thursday night. You can listen to it on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Keith.
All right, my favorite Mountaineer.
Take care, buddy. All right, Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer here on the Sports Bash Live. Hope you enjoyed that conversation. He gave us a lot of nuggets, a lot of good stuff to chew on today. I'm sure Nick's Nuggets was probably listening. That's in an hour from now on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Hill. Coming up, we got so much more to dive into, including the unsportsmanlike moment of the day, which will bring us to LeBron James. We'll explain coming up in 20 minutes from now. Plus, today's Football in 4, who are some of the most improved Eagle candidates Andrew DeCecco discusses for Football at 4 today on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. 3:31, thanks to Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer. He's all over the Sixers draft. And, of course, you can listen to the draft right here on 97.3 ESPN. Wednesday night, round 1. Thursday night, round 2. We got every pick for you here on 97.3 ESPN. So, a couple takeaways from that. One, you've got AceBailey, who I just have not a lot of interest in. Now, I might be way off. AceBailey screams to me, and this whole thing has kind of added to my thought on this. He screams the good player on the bad team. He screams the guy that you look at his numbers, you're like, oh, he scores 25 a night. And you're like, yeah, but he plays for Charlotte. Right? And the Charlotte team he plays for goes 23, 23 and whatever. What would that be? 23 and 56, 58, 60, something like that.
Something like that.
Terrible. I just feel he's the good player on the bad team. And his actions right now are suggesting he's okay with that. I want to go where I know I have a clear path to play. Okay, how about Washington? Yeah, that's cool with me. Do you want to play for the team? Now, listen, I'm not sitting here suggesting that the Sixers offer you a chance to win a championship tomorrow, but it seems that he assumes that he's just going to walk into a place and become the guy from day one. And to me, he just absolutely screams, I'm the good player on the bad team, and I'm okay with that. Number one, this might sound a little harsh to our that is how one lands at Rutgers to begin with. Right? You go to a place, now I do give him credit for this because this sounds a little hypocritical coming from me. But it's also not the way people generally don't think the way that I do. I'm quite clear with that and used to it. I always say, if you're the best, go to a place like Rutgers and say, I'm going to be the guy that makes Rutgers something. The problem is he made that decision and went to Rutgers and couldn't be the guy. Right? But when you are the guy that picks Rutgers to begin with, isn't that the first? Like, Rutgers is catching strays here, but isn't that the first red flag? Is that good basketball player chose to play at Rutgers, and then once he got there, wasn't all that equipped to make Rutgers anything different than they already were, which is a lousy program? I mean, let's be honest. Rutgers has not made the easiest tournament to make. When was the last time? I know that the COVID year I think we're going to get in, and then the COVID canceled the tournament. But when that was literally the only time that I can remember. I think it's been, I'm just totally guessing here. I want to say Rutgers has not made the NCAA tournament in at least 25 years.
So Rutgers was in the NCAA tournament in 2021 and 2022.
2021 and 2022?
Yes, back-to-back years. They lost.
Really?
They lost in the second round in 2021.
I do not remember them being in the tournament in those 2 years at all.
They lost in the first four in 2022.
First four doesn't count.
I'm just reading off the thing here.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Before that, the last time they were in the tournament before that was, I have to scroll down farther, 1991. So from 1991 to 2021, they were not in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, 30 years. It's a program that hadn't been in the NCAA tournament in 30 years. This is the easiest tournament in the country to make. I mean, by accident, you get in every once in a while if you're playing in a major conference. All you got to do is just be, like 3 games over 500 and have one quality win, and the bozos who put this tournament together will say, hey, you know what? You're in a good TV market, and we're going to put you in this tournament. The fact that he selected Rutgers to begin with is the first red flag.
What makes it even worse is that they were a preseason top 25 team, and they went 15-17.
Well, they were a preseason top 25 team, okay, based on the fact that they had the number 2 pick in the draft and the number 3 pick in the draft.
Right.
Now, I am not here being the guy that's bemoaning the fact that they didn't get to the tournament and therefore should you be worried about these guys. I think there is a little bit of something there, but I'm not going all in on that. I will say, however, because Ben Simmons didn't get to the tournament, and I was fine with the Sixers picking him number one. Markelle Fultz also didn't get to the tournament, and, I seemingly like Fultz. Those two players, Fultz did not work out at all. Simmons gave you about a 3.5-year run,
Right.
and he has been dreadful since. The difference to me is Simmons was on a team with one guy. Fultz was on a team where he was the only guy. This is a team that has the number 2 pick and potentially the number 3 pick on it. I do think there's something that should be talked about with that a little bit. That's one. 2, this is a player who is from Chattanooga, Tennessee. He makes the decision to go to Rutgers, which is a lousy basketball program. There's no other way to sugarcoat that. It's a bad basketball program. Now, I say this that Bailey's mother played basketball at West Virginia. So I do have a little soft spot for AceBailey with the lineage there.
That's cute.
How about that pull for you?
Yeah, that's not doing nothing for me.
Well, I'm saying, so I'm not being biased. I like the fact that his mother played
I think it's actually worse.
West Virginia.
I think it's
He should have
actually
gone
worse.
there.
Exactly.
That being said, he ends up going to Rutgers, and I don't know how he ended up there, why he decided, what connection he had, what bozo AAU coach, convinced him to go there. But he chose Rutgers over Ohio State, Kentucky, Kansas, Texas, and Oregon.
Right, so he had other options.
Well, he was one of the top 3 players in the country from every single recruiting thing. He was number 2 by Rivals, number 2 by 24/7 Sports, number 2 by On3, and ESPN.com had him ranked as the number 2 overall. So he was the number 2 overall
prospect
recruit in the country. He chooses to go to Rutgers, and I give him credit for that. Fine. I don't want to be the guy that follows everybody. I always talk about that. But it's obvious he wasn't good enough to live up to that hype.
Right. So then now you ask the question. So you have an individual who was one of the top-rated players coming out of high school. He had the choice to go other places.
Not only other places, Kentucky, Kansas,
Ohio State,
basically
Texas.
Wherever he wanted.
Right. He could have gone anywhere else. He goes to Rutgers. They can't have a winning record while he's there. They can't make the NCAA tournament. And now this is the dude who says, no thanks to the Sixers whining and dining me.
It is definitely a strategy here. I don't know what the strategy is. I don't know who's moving the chess pieces here. Does AceBailey say, I don't want to play in Philadelphia. I don't want to go there because, and I don't see that being the case here. Why? I say that, and then I'm thinking about it more as saying maybe it is AceBailey. Why? Because there was a meeting set up.
Right.
They had dinner. They had, the whole day mapped out.
The whole thing was mapped out and by the way, it wasn't like it mapped out like one day and then 12 hours later he was like, no thanks. Like this was planned ahead of time.
Mm-hmm. This was something where the flights were booked, the hotels booked,
yes.
The restaurants booked, the workout was ready to go. The Sixers were ready to host AceBailey.
All the T's were crossed, all the I's were dotted.
He obliged. He said, yes, I will be there. Book my flight, book my hotel, make a dinner reservation.
See you tomorrow.
I'll be there. And then he decides, I'm out. Is that AceBailey who says to his agent, why did you book that? I don't want to go there. Or does his agent say to AceBailey, yo, we're going to get you someplace else. Do not go there. Because right now, the theories are he has kind of indicated that he wants to be the man. He wants to have a clear path to playing time. And maybe he looks at the Sixers and says, hey, I don't know where I'm getting playing time on this team. They've got Maxey, they've got McCain, they've got George, they've got Embiid. Where do I kind of fit in? Now, the Sixers would probably take you with the number 3 pick. Why? Because they think you fit in right between Paul George and Joel Embiid, and then the 2 guards, and then you.
Right.
That being said, he doesn't have any ideas of grandeur in his mind, I would think, that he's going to go number 1 and or number 2. So does he actually want to go deeper in the draft and hope the Sixers pass on him so that he can end up in Charlotte? Because they have the 4th pick in the draft. Does he want to go to Charlotte? Is that what he's hoping for? Okay, you don't want to go to Charlotte.
Memphis?
He wants to go to the next pick. Let's go to the next pick. You want to go to Utah? AceBailey want to end up in Utah. Okay, maybe not. Is he hoping he falls to number 6 to go to Washington? I mean, the only team that has less success than Rutgers are the Washington Wizards.
Maybe that's why he wants to go there.
Does he want to go to New Orleans?
I mean, is this a guy who's just afraid of, like, the big stage? Like, is this a guy who says, you know what, I don't want to be on the big stage. I want to be somewhere smaller? Like, is that his plan?
This, to me, makes no sense. I mean, he says, well, and look, there's a lot of reporting out there today that NBA teams are kind of baffled. Like, is he trying to get somewhere specific? Which team would that be specific? Why would you say, I want to go play for Charlotte? But this goes back to, this is a guy who picked Rutgers.
Right. Over Kentucky.
I hate the fact that I
Oregon
have to
Kansas.
throw strays at Rutgers all day long here, but I think both people can understand what I'm saying here.
Well, like, for example, John Morant, when he went to Murray State, he didn't go there over Kentucky. He went there because he was not a highly recruited prospect. AceBailey was a highly coveted prospect coming out of high school.
He's the number 2 prospect in the country.
And he chose arguably what? The 50th or 80th school people would name?
50th?
Okay, 80th.
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, that's the crux of this is he had a choice to pick wherever he wanted to go to college. He picked a lousy choice, let's be honest. Rutgers is not a basketball school. They're not a football school either. But they're less of a basketball school than they would be a football school. I guess.
AceBailey is the guy who walks through the car dealership and he's offered every deal in the lot because he's got good credit, and he says, "You know what I want? I want a 1996 Ford Fusion."
Well, it's going down that direction because he chooses Rutgers over all of the top programs.
Everything. He could have been any program.
You're saying, is he trying to go to Charlotte or Washington or Utah? Like, now, listen, I don't know that he has any other workouts scheduled either. This might just be his strategy here, which people around the NBA are saying, I don't know what the hell this guy's trying to do. But if this is the case, and everyone around the NBA is saying, what the heck is this guy trying to do? Is this the guy that you want to draft? Not me. I'm out.
Well, let me ask you a question, Mike. If you're the Sixers, should you draft him anyway?
No.
Hold him hostage until a team comes and gets him from you.
No, Pompey made a point, and it's a great point. This team has had so much drama surrounding it. They do not need more of it by taking a guy who is a wild card and you don't know if he wants to play here. And quite frankly, if he's not clear-cut without fail, the best pick, you say, sorry, too many red flags, I'm moving on. By the way, they did not make a Ford Fusion in 96. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Coming up in 15 minutes, it's today's Football at 4. Andrew DeCecco is in the house. Don't forget, we got Phillies baseball this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Phillies, Mets, right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 3:51, time for the unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by Broadleys Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your trusted source for heating, cooling, air conditioning. Broadleys, check them out online, broadleys.net. All right, Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, Michelle Smallman, weekday mornings at 6 a.m. Our buddy Evan Cohen this morning gave us today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day.
I don't know that every team in the NBA wants LeBron James on their team anymore. I don't understand how we can even assume that. If we are going to sit here and question whether or not the Spurs and the Rockets believe that KD fits their timeline, how exactly do they think LeBron fits the timeline?
You know, he's not wrong. I think we've got to a point where, sometimes in everybody's career, you're like, I'm past that guy. Paul George is at that point, right? Where Paul George, let's be honest, if he's healthy, still a pretty good player. We have such a bad taste in our mouths that we look at him like he's garbage now, right? He stinks. But he can still actually play if healthy. LeBron had one of his best seasons of all time this past year. We just watched one of his best seasons ever. But we get to a point with players where we're like, okay, we're kind of done with you. I feel like that's where we kind of are with LeBron now. Where, I don't want him on my team because there's no long-term victory here. He's here for a short time, not a long time. I don't know how much I can get from this guy, so therefore, I don't want this guy. It is a weird dynamic when you get there, and it took LeBron into his 40s, seemingly, to get to that point of his career.
I will say, though, that I don't think LeBron cares if anybody wants him anymore or who might or might not. He's kind of like at a point where, like, the difference between him and Durant is still looking for, like, his home to, like, build his legacy and, like, win without Steph Curry, while LeBron is just doing LeBron stuff, and it doesn't even matter. So I feel like the Durant-LeBron analogy, they're just in different places.
Do we think that people still want Durant? Like, is Durant a guy that fans are like, yes, I want Durant on my team still if you can get him? Because it seems like, hey, should the Sixers be involved in the Durant stuff? And it's like, I'm not all that excited about that.
I don't think a lot of people want Durant that much. I think a lot of people look at that guy, it's just like, yeah, whatever at this point.
It seems that Durant, and I talked a lot about this, the league is changing right before our very eyes, and it's like, I don't know how many more bites of the apple you get with Kevin Durant or LeBron James. I think they are guys that get your team to the playoffs still, but I don't know that those guys are able to win championships for you anymore. Phillies lineup is out, by the way. Let's get it to you. Trey Turner leads off. Kyle Schwarber hits 2. Alec Bohm is in the 3-hole today. Nick Castellanos is in right. Max Kepler plays left. Otto Kemp hits 6th. He's at first base. Bryson Stott hits 7th. Rafael Marchand is behind the plate, hitting 8th and batting 9th and playing center field for the Phils tonight. It's Brandon Marsh, and Christopher Sanchez gets the ball for the Phillies. That is your Phillies lineup tonight. This hour has been brought to you by Broadleys Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Air Conditioning. When we come back, it's today's Football at 4 with Andrew DeCecco. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, Andrew DeCecco from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com Eagles beat reporter. He joins us for today's edition of Football at 4. He's got a lot of great off-season content up right now, including one thing I really wanted to get into today. He actually wrote about it this morning, some of the most improved candidates. He has them up at InsideTheBirds.com and some other great conversational pieces over there now as we bring in Andrew DeCecco for today's edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live. AD, what's up, my man?
Hey, Mike, I'm doing great. Hope you are as well.
As always, good to catch up with you, and good piece over at InsideTheBirds.com. And, we talk a little bit, one of the questions we had on for Motion, the mailbag, was about who the number 3 wide receiver, the clear guy is. You wrote about Dotson, and I really wanted to kind of pick your brain on him. You have him as a guy that you think could be an offensive breakout type of player, or at least an improved candidate from last year. I wanted to get your thoughts on how getting traded for when he did impacted his production and what being here for the whole season now could do for him this season.
Yeah, I think that was the primary hindrance, right? Because he didn't suddenly have his skills eroded when he got to Philadelphia. I don't think enough was made, Mike, about, and this isn't just for Jahan Dotson, but for any player that's really put in that situation, about how difficult it is, especially when you land with a new team 2 weeks before the season starts, when you spent all of the offseason and training camp learning an entirely different system. You have to get continuity with your quarterback. You have to figure out the ways that this offensive coordinator wants things to be done. And before you know it, they had to go to Brazil and play that first game. And it never quite looked like Dotson was comfortable, nor did it seem like Jalen Hurts was overly infatuated with getting him the football. A lot of that probably has to do with not having that continuity and having those reps together in the offseason. But then you started to see later in the season, he made some big plays. He made the 27-yarder, obviously, in the Super Bowl that was originally believed to be a touchdown. He had the touchdown in the playoffs as well a couple of weeks prior against the Packers. So I'm thinking that he can possibly build off of this success that he had late in the season, and now he has the luxury of having the full off season where you're able to get those reps and those throwing sessions in with the quarterback. And I'm curious also to see how Kevin Patullo chooses to utilize him, because if you look at it, I think he just had like 11.4 yards per reception. Jahan Dotson has a lot to offer after the catch, getting him the ball in space. I didn't think a lot of the routes that he was asked to run were really taking advantage of his skill set. So maybe you might see some different utilization for Jahan Dotson this year. Look, I'm not suggesting that he's going to overtake A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, or Dallas Goedert in the pecking order. That would be silly, but I certainly think he can do more than 19 receptions on 33 targets for 216 yards.
Yeah, I was going to say follow up with Dotson, and people got excited about him. I think, he was a first-round pick. He was a guy who went to Penn State. People knew who he was. What are some of the things he does well that had people excited?
Well, and first and foremost, he's primarily an outside receiver, so he was aligning inside, which doesn't necessarily cater to what he's good at. Obviously, the goal is to get your best 3 receivers on the field when you're not utilizing both tight ends. But he's really good after the catch. I thought that when he was in his rookie season in particular, he was good at going up and getting the football. He didn't seem to have any sort of reluctance. When the ball was in the air, it was his. And I think he's probably more of a number 2 receiver, maybe even a number 3 receiver on a really good team. But he does have a lot more to offer, especially when you look at some of the plays, there was lack thereof, that were down the field for the Eagles last season. I think he has that ability to really be a vertical slot and open things up for the Eagles offensively.
Andrew DeCecco, Football at 4, Dotson, Jahan Dotson, and you got Terrace Marshall, another guy that they signed this offseason. Adam and I were talking about him the other day about, when he was in the draft class, he had played in college with a ton of talented guys. Adding him there, I guess, should at least push Dotson to let them know, hey, we brought in a little competition for you too.
Yeah, I'll be the first to raise my hand and say I never want to make too much. I never make too much off of those signings that are late in the process. If a player hasn't really found his footing at multiple stops and they were a higher draft pick, I'm always more along the lines of a wait-and-see type of evaluator. That's sort of what I've learned throughout my career. But what I will say is what the information that we have to go off of is OTAs and that one mandatory minicamp practice that we attended as the media. And what I will say is you could see the confidence already there from Jalen Hurts in finding ways to get him the football. He's a bigger body wide receiver. He can shield off defenders. And if they don't get what they're looking for from Johnny Wilson this summer, that's a spot where Terrace Marshall can really fulfill that type of role, doing the dirty work and freeing other players up for big plays. But I think the key here is that he got to the Eagles much earlier than someone like Jahan Dotson did last year, so he's able to kind of absorb the offense. And so when you get to training camp, there's not that acclimation period. You're already on the same page as those other quarterbacks.
How much, we're talking with Andrew Checker for Football 4 today, how big of a role, Andrew, do you see Kevin Petula having in kind of unlocking? He's a pass game guy. He's been a guy who's been a receiver coach, pass game coordinator. Do you think that there is now more of an opportunity because Petula will be calling the plays?
I think so. And you might get some pushback on that because they're going to say this is the same coach who oversaw a very staggering, lethargic passing attack last season and even the year before. But the reality is sometimes you're able to see things through a different lens. And, yeah, maybe you kind of go back to the drawing board. Okay, here's what worked. Here's what didn't work. This is what I can do to put someone like maybe a Jahan Dotson in a better position to be successful. Here's how we can better take advantage of AJ and Devontae. How about the middle of the field? We didn't use that enough. Maybe we can tap into that. And now he has full control over that, and I really do believe that you're going to see him find ways to expand the passing game, to add some new wrinkles to it, and really take full advantage of the gamut of pass catchers that they have.
Now, here's kind of a question you might not be able to answer in terms of specifics, but maybe just a ballpark here. He played 58% of the snaps last year. What's kind of an ideal share for him to make an impact? And whose catches does he cut into? That's where it's hard for Dotson to make a big impact, numerically anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 58 to 60 range is kind of what I was expecting. However, a lot of times it just seemed like he was running routes and getting his steps in and his cardio. And this year, I think you're going to see a player that is running routes with a purpose and has that belief that the ball is going to come his way, and the quarterback is going to have a lot more confidence in throwing the ball his way because they're on the same page. There's not that guesswork or that feeling out stage. But realistically, I don't know if he's going to. Now, can I see him maybe getting 25 catches? Sure, that would be an improvement. Can he work down the field and have force defenses to play the Eagles a little bit differently over the top? Absolutely, that would be an improvement. Making plays in space, another improvement there. But, I mean, even the year before, I know I'm going to mention a name that's not very popular in Quez Watkins, but he only had 15 catches as well. It's very difficult to facilitate the ball to all of your playmakers without shortchanging your marquee ones like A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. But if I had to guess, maybe Devontae might see fewer targets because I think that Dallas Goedert is going to have, and we say this every year, but I really do believe it, one of those seasons that we look back on and say we finally got the one that we were all forecasting.
You also, I know from last week in the mailbag, who's going to have a bigger year, Barkley or A.J. Brown. You did not hesitate with your answer of A.J. Brown on that one. Let's go to defense where you highlight Jalix Hunt as a breakout candidate, and I think it's either him or Nolan Smith that you're either buying into one or both. There's a lot of hype around him. Is it, Vic Fangio, obviously, Jeremiah Washburn, don't forget him as well, working with Jalix Hunt here. Is it too much to think that he could step in, replace, and exceed what you got from Josh Sweat, or is that what the Eagles are hoping for?
I don't think it's too much to ask, Mike, and the reason why I say that is Jalix has more juice than someone like a Josh Sweat. Jalix has, in a year's time, gone from being a player who many were on the fence about, that thought the Eagles reached for in the third round, which is absolutely incorrect, to a player now who is going to have the opportunity to start. But moreover, by mid-season, he was the third edge rusher. And I thought it was interesting that Vic Fangio didn't feel the need to lean on a Charles Harris, a veteran player who was on the practice squad. Instead, he was okay with what Jalix Hunt was giving them. But I also think that there's another element to this, and it's run defense, being able to set the edge. And he was a willing participant in run defense, which you don't often see for players who are sort of learning that position and maybe haven't quite grown into their body. And I really do think that he can give you 8 or 9 sacks and be much more of a consistent player week in and week out than Josh Sweat is, just because you've seen it. When he's on the field, there wasn't a play or there wasn't a game that went by where you can't highlight a play where he was running to the football with urgency, making a play against the run, finding ways to displace offensive linemen. One thing that I liked about Josh Sweat was obviously how he finished last season strong, but there were way too many times over the years where Josh Sweat has gone radio silent for an extended period of time. I don't think Jalen Hunt's that kind of player.
You got Tim and Nolan Smith, both young players. Are they taking a risk going this young, or is this just kind of the evolution of the position at this point where they are?
Well, everything the Eagles have done this offseason is to make sure that the roster is built for sustained success and build around its young nucleus. And that all the good teams tend to, you have these homegrown talents, and sometimes you have to get those startup costs out of the way, and the Eagles did that over the past couple of years, and now it is their time to go and take advantage of the opportunity. It's kind of the way that it goes in the NFL, and you can't pay everybody. There's so much money tied into this Eagles offense that eventually that pendulum's going to swing, and they're going to have to spend and to keep a lot of these players in-house, like your Quinyon Mitchells and Cooper DeJeans and Nolan Smiths, Jalen Carter and Reed Blankenship. So eventually they're going to have to lock these guys in to make sure that they're able to ensure that success. But it's just kind of the way that it goes when you're trying to build a team to not only be impactful for 1 year, but also be a force for years to come.
All right, Andrew DeCecco, read that full article on his breakout players over at InsideTheBirds.com. You have another piece about the corners, Ringo, Jackson. It seems to be a battle. It's not going to be Jair Alexander. He signed with Baltimore yesterday, so those two guys are in the clear of them bringing in an established player at that position. And as we know, most people think Ringo has the inside track on that job. Do you think he is ready for a starting role in this third season now?
I think that it's now or never, and I think that he has all the ability to be able to make that leap forward, and he's going to be given every opportunity to win this job. Look, this is a player going into his third season. You like the length, you like the athleticism. Now it becomes, are you a consistent enough player for Vic Fangio to trust you? Are you assignment sound? Are you a highly volatile player, a high variance type of player where on a given play, it's feast or famine, like maybe a Sidney Brown has proven to be in his past. But what I will say about Ringo is that he talked about this offseason about honing in on his technique. That has to be music to the ears to his coaches, especially Vic Fangio, because it hasn't been the athleticism. Where he has had some of those hang-ups, it's been with technique, being too handsy, being a little bit too grabby, to the point where you didn't really see him on the field, and eventually Isaiah Rodgers leapfrogged him. But what I will say to all of that none of that matters anymore. This is a new season. Players grow and develop, and now Ringo is going to have this opportunity, and he is, to make no mistake, he is the clear front runner to win this job. But Adoree Jackson, he's seen it all, Mike, and he's going to have something to say about it. But this is one of those battles that I am most fascinated to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Jackson was kind of, I would imagine he was just kind of brought here as like a safety valve just in case. But you look at it, like for Ringo, is this the Eagles hoping that potential finally meets opportunity? Because this is a guy who has a track record going back to Georgia, right? I mean, he was maybe one of the most athletic, intriguing prospects in that draft. And, obviously he comes to Philadelphia and he just hasn't played all that much his first 2 seasons here. But does his potential finally meet this opportunity? Well, that will be one of the big stories here. And then Ringo, Fangio emphasized that Ringo, needs the reps. Sometimes you just need to play. Sometimes you don't show what you can do in practice settings, right? I mean, sometimes you just need to get out in the field. But what do you think Ringo how he has presented himself when he has been out on the field?
Really, really confident, Mike, and especially it's in OTAs, and he was a standout in OTAs last year, and that doesn't always translate to having a successful training camp. But what I will say is you look for certain traits, for one, but you also look to see how they acquit themselves going against some more of the preeminent players on the roster. And what I mean by that is lining up opposite A.J. Brown. There wasn't a moment, there wasn't a snap or a play that I can ever think of Ringo backing down from the challenge or looking like he wasn't up for that challenge. He was run step for step in phase with A.J. and competing throughout the catch. and he got his hands in there for a couple of breakups on the final practice that we were there for. He's a confident player, and I think sometimes it takes a little bit longer for the light to come on. We often talk about his youth, but I think right now he has the goods to go out there this summer and really nail down a starting spot.
So let's bring up Adoree Jackson real quick. He is a veteran player, but how much of a threat is he to win the job? I mean, sometimes we're just like, well, they want Ringo to win it. Ringo's the better athlete. He has got more potential. But how much is a threat is Adoree Jackson? Is he just like, hey, the veteran break glass in case of emergency, or is he a guy that still has some? This guy was a first-round pick too.
Yeah, no, the competition's absolutely legitimate. They're not just going to hand Keely Ringo the job. And Adoree Jackson working in his favor, yeah, he is a little bit of an older player, but there hasn't been that steep decline in terms of his speed, which he was known for when he came out of USC. He is somebody who can play outside, obviously, but also inside, and he's played in 90-plus games at the NFL level, so there's not a lot that teams can throw at him that he hasn't seen. He doesn't have the same upside. He's only has 4 career interceptions in him, if you can believe that. He doesn't have the upside of a Ringo, but he is somebody that if Vic Fangio, we know that he prioritizes steady players that don't necessarily go out there and it's not an EKG, then that's something that he could feasibly work his way into that starting conversation. But if Ringo puts it all together, and there's no reason right now to suggest that he won't, that job's going to go to him because he's a player that has been in this system for 3 years now. They've drafted, they have more invested in him, and he does offer more upside.
Yeah, he's got the upside going for him. You got a guy like Adoree Jackson, sound assignment play football. Could be a guy that maybe Vic Fangio feels a little bit more comfortable with. We'll see. Maybe Adoree starts, has a shorter lease, and then Ringo takes over. Or if Ringo starts, is there a short lease there knowing that, hey, I got a guy waiting in there that knows what he's doing? That will be a very interesting storyline, how that whole thing, and I know that's one that you're really looking at. You wrote about it over at InsideTheBirds.com. One other thing that Andrew wrote about that really good piece, because I love the competition that Ojulari and Josh Uche bring to the table here. And we talked about Hunt, the young guys, Smith, the young guy, but how big of an impact are having these two guys at training camp? They might both make the team, maybe only one, but having both of those guys there to push those young guys.
Well, it's incredibly important, especially when you look at the depth behind Nolan Smith and Jalen Hunt, and really beyond Ojulari and Uche. Both of those players have questions, and we'll get to that in a second. But after that, Mike, it's just Patrick Johnson, who's more of a special teams player, Antoine Powell-Ryland, who the Eagles drafted, and probably have some degrees of expectations, but maybe not quite yet. And then you have O'Shawn Mathis and KJ Henry, who were holdovers from last season. They were on the practice squad. So they really need probably both players, but certainly Ojulari, who offers a little bit more juice as a pass rusher, 22 career sacks, 25 years old. There was one season where he played over 700 snaps, and that was where he had the most availability. I don't think there's a coincidence there, but he's somebody that has played a lot of football when he's been available, and I think he offers a little bit more. He's less of a one-dimensional player than an Uche, so he would be the third edge rusher, in my opinion. And Uche's gotten some compliments from Fangio, from Lane Johnson, so that's a player that maybe this system really caters to what he does well, and he might be able to tap into the player that he was in 2022. We have no real way of knowing until we get to training camp and the pads come on, but it's very important, Mike, to answer your question, that both players are really sort of round into form and give the Eagles that depth that they really need at that edge position.
Yeah, Ojulari was a second-round pick of the Giants, another Georgia guy, a lot of injuries. He's played just 46 games since being drafted in 2021. I like of those two, I find him to be the more intriguing one. How about you?
Yeah, Ojulari is my most impactful free agent addition, at least right now. That was my pick, just because you see the youth, he's reuniting with a lot of his former teammates, and perhaps he's somebody that will just thrive in a change of scenery, in a winning organization with a place that knows how to really get the most in terms of health from their players. They have good practices with the Philadelphia Eagles, and I think that in this system, he should be able to thrive. And you'd be hard-pressed, Mike, to find a better third edge rusher, or at least one with more upside than Ojulari.
All right, check out all of Andrew's coverage of the Eagle offseason. By the way, 1 month from Sunday is the opening of Eagles Training camp. All right, my man. We will catch up.
Can you hear the excitement in my voice?
You sound pepped up, man. You sound like
Yeah,
you're ready
man,
for this
definitely.
thing to go. By the way, our division previews will start on July the 10th. Well, we will rip through the AFC all the way up to the NFC East, and that will lead us up to Eagles and Cowboys on September the 4th. Andrew DeCecco, InsideTheBirds.com. Football at 4. Thanks, man.
You bet, Mike. Take care.
There's Andrew, everybody, here on the Sports Bash. And, of course, you can check out Andrew's coverage of the Eagles over at InsideTheBirds.com. Football at 4 every day right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, Andrew has the sound in his voice that he is ready and football to begin. How many people would just give up the summer to start and have a kickoff this weekend? I don't know if I'm quite there yet. Are you ready for a kickoff like this weekend, or do you want to enjoy the summer for 2 months?
I need the summer for at least a few weeks because I haven't been to the beach yet because of all these miserable weekends with the weather.
No beach yet. No, me neither. Haven't been to the beach yet. I don't really need to get to the beach. It's okay if I won't get there.
I want to get to the beach. I'm very big on, I want to at least feel like summer happened, and then I can be like, all right, now I'm good for football.
Well, good football at 4 today. That was a good, fun conversation back and forth with Andrew. We go. Coming up, the Nuggets are in place. We'll talk a little Nuggets with Nick Earnshaw. He was listening in earlier today when we talked to Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer. This AceBailey story is kind of bizarre. What are your guys' thoughts on it? 609-403-0973 on the text board. When we come back, it's another edition of Nick's Nuggets right here on the Sports Bash. Just about 4:30 on a Thursday. If you missed our conversation with Keith Pompey, check it out on the YouTube or on the X platform. Nick's Nuggets are here. They're brought to you by the Hub Gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast. He is producer of the Locker Room weekends on 97.3 ESPN. And he joins us now for another edition of Nick's Nuggets right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Nicky Nuggets, welcome back, man. What's going on this Thursday afternoon?
What isn't going on, Mike, on this Thursday afternoon? I mean, I wake up to this AceBailey stuff. I hear Pompey and you talking Sixers. I get back from the driving range, and, that's what I hear. That's what I hear about AceBailey and you and Pompey discussing earlier. So, I mean, that's where we got to start the Nuggets today. I'm fired up on this AceBailey stuff a ton here, Mike. And, Nugget number one, Ace or Joker, Mike. It's that simple. I think the Joker in this case isn't AceBailey himself. It seems like the management is what's really the Joker here. Okay, Mike? It's a bad management for a young player. Listen, he's one of the only United States players to cancel a meeting. It hasn't met with guys in the top or teams in the top 5. Okay. So there's a lot of red flags here on the management side. I feel like the Sixers, if they're not going to get a big package for the 3rd pick and you're getting off the Paul George contract, then you just stay at 3 and you take AceBailey. I know people are up in arms about this whole thing. I think you still take him, though, if you're staying at the 3rd pick. I think there's too much potential there at this point with what he could bring to the table, with his size, with his length. I know the shooting isn't there yet. He didn't shoot great from 3, but I think he is a guy that could fit today's NBA down the line. Because remember, you're trying to draft for now, but you're also looking towards the future as well here, Mike Gill. And he has the raw talent. We have to remember, he is 18 years of age. He can create shots. The wingspan, the athleticism there, and the defensive potential is there. Remember, he's 18. A lot of these guys are young players. I think you got to also draft for the future here if you're the 76ers too. After Embiid, I think you still got to take AceBailey, even with all the drama that always surrounds the Sixers. I mean, this is nothing new. We're used to drama with the 76ers.
Which is precisely why you can't take him. You don't need any more drama. And quite frankly, as we talked about in the 3 o'clock hour, I don't think this guy wants the smoke. I mean, he chose Rutgers for a reason. You pick Rutgers to go to basketball and play basketball. That tells me you don't want the smoke. And this situation to me just screams, get off this guy. Get out of here. Let him go score 25 points a game for the Charlotte Hornets. Let him be the big fish in the small pond. Everything points to that's his mentality and mindset. I don't mind being the best player on the bad team. I'm just not ready to be the best player on the best team.
It's clear. He needs to mature. It's very clear. That's one of the big problems with taking AceBailey and one of the concerns a lot of teams have with him. However, you've had Paul George, you've had Kevin Durant, you've had many others around the league, players in today's game, talk and praise about AceBailey. I mean, you've had superstars praise his game and what they potentially see too. So I would take a player, a superstar caliber player, also a Paul George who's on your roster, who really think AceBailey can be a nice player if you bring him into this organization and you pair him with a guy like Paul George, who he's pretty much modeled his game after. He's talked about it. It's been talked about many times. I mean, who's the perfect person to learn from? I mean, Tyrese Maxey didn't have that step back until James Harden got here, right? Learn from him. Why not, for a year, have AceBailey learn under the tutelage of Paul George, since that's who he's modeled his game after?
Because he don't have a winning mentality. That's why. All these guys are talented. You could say that about, insert name here. Oh, this guy can be really good. And you got to have first off, you're defeated before you even get here if you don't have the right mentality. And it seems that his mentality is the wrong mentality of, I want to go where I want to go. I'll play where I want to play. Hey, set up a workout for me there. Nope, I don't want to show up for the workout now. Once you book the date, you don't not show up for the date.
I'm not putting it on Ace, though. That's the thing. I think he's 18. He's 18 years old. He's young. He's super young. He's still a kid. So I'm putting this on the management team. He has bad people giving it bad advice. That's what it seems like to me. Not this. I don't think this is an AceBailey himself thing. This seems like a management problem, and he's just kind of going along with it. Obviously, he needs to have a tougher mindset, clearly, to override some of these decisions, but he doesn't know. This is his first time going through this whole thing, Mike. So I'm not going to put all the blame on Ace. I still think he's a really good player, and you'd want that guy because the potential for stardom is there. The intangibles are there, Mike.
Hey, listen, if I can say that again about every player. They all have the potential for stardom. For VJ Edgecombe is there, and guess what? He probably wouldn't mind working out for your team. The potential for stardom for Con Knipple is there. He probably doesn't mind working out for your team. I will say this. I'm not all that thrilled with AceBailey before all this. He's not a guy that just reached out and grabbed me and said, oh, man, they got to get this guy. He's the player they need. For whatever reason, I have not connected with him as a player. Forget all the off-the-field or off-the-court things. You know, the Rutgers thing notwithstanding, they didn't get to the tournament. He chooses Rutgers. I mean, those things to me are red flags. You have a choice to play at Kentucky or Kansas, and you picked Rutgers? That tells me something there. Isn't that a red flag?
I mean, listen, college sports are all over the place this year, like in this day and age now with the transfer portal, guys getting paid. I mean, that's just the reality of the whole thing. But I mean, listen, if you're staying at 3, you take
wait a second. It might be the reality. It might be the reality of it. But Kansas and Kentucky are still going to the tournament every year. Rutgers is not.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you there, but I think with a guy like Bailey, if you're staying at 3, you can't pass up the intangibles that he has. There's a reason that he has been talked about as a top 3, top 4 prospect going into this draft. I mean, the size, the athleticism, the intangibles overall are there, Mike. So, I mean, there's a reason why he's being talked about at 3.
Intangibles for every one of these guys. I can make a case for VJ Edgecombe. I can make a case. And their cases are just as good. So if you have a similar case as a player, what else can I look at to say, I like both these players, very similar. So what else is it about them that I can separate these players? This guy seems to be a little red flaggish over here. This guy not so red flaggish over here. So if I think that they both have very good on-court talent, what separates the two to help me make my decision?
Well, that's my point. If they stay at 3, I think you take Ace because he is the best intangibles there, okay? On the court, athleticism, and what he could possibly bring down the road and develop into. That's why if you stay at 3. Now, if you move off 3, I don't have a problem with them moving off 3 either. They move back because of, he skipped the workout, some of that off-the-court stuff I'm just not a fan of. Then I'm cool with that too. But if you're staying at 3, I think you got to take best talent, best available player, and I think that's Ace. I think Ace is the best talent you're going to get at 3, and what he could possibly bring you down the line as well. Listen, I would have seen the Sixers win a championship, and I would love for them to get a player you can insert right away, but that's just not going to be the reality of one of these top picks anyway. So yeah. I think
that's where we're different. He's not my third favorite guy, so that's where we have the disconnect. I just was not a fan of taking him at 3 before all this. This didn't help it. So I don't think he's the third best player in my mind.
Well, the good thing is the 76ers have options, Mike, and they can move back. They can move back if they want to. You know they're going to get calls for that third pick. I would not be upset if they moved back either, but if you're at 3, I think you still, even with all the drama, I mean, we're just so used to drama with the 76ers. I don't even care. It doesn't even faze me anymore, Mike. So I think if you're at 3 still, you take Ace no matter what, even with the jokers that are running his camp over there.
Yep, I don't want any more of that. I'm out on the drama. I'm out on him. Give me the next guy. And by the way, we talked about this yesterday, the stuff with the Jazz. There was a report today that the Sixers are trying to move up to number 2, all this stuff. So I certainly like those options better than I like this option.
All right. I don't hate moving out of the pick either, but if you stay at 3, you got to take Ace. Don't take VJ. I would take AceBailey. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2. I just got thinking today, Mike, and with the Phillies, they get back in the win column last night in Miami. Castellanos, making a web gem. Who would have thought? He making a web gem, one of the worst statistically right fielders in baseball. Gets back in the lineup, unbuttons his shirt. He did the whole 9. But it got me thinking just about the future and some of the moves made today with Weston Wilson being optioned. Aaron Nola heading to the 60-day IL. I think he could come back by July 14th, if I'm not mistaken. It's a date. It's not 60 actual days, people. Just a reminder, not just 60 days. It's the 60-day IL. He could come off of it sooner than that. Buddy Kennedy coming up. It just got me thinking. With this pitching staff, with how good they've been this year, if you look at the ERAs combined with the current starting 5 in the rotation right now, that's Abel, that's Ranger, that's Luzardo, that's Wheeler, and that is Christopher Sanchez. Right now, it's a combined 2.93 ERA right now. And if you look at the 2011 pitching staff, it was a 2.85 between those 5 guys, not Blanton, but including Worley. Okay, that's Lee, Oswalt, Hamels, Halladay, Worley. 2.85. Very similar ERAs overall right now. Really good pitching stats. Which would be more disappointing to not bring home a championship with those rotations? Would it have been 11, or would it be this year with this rotation? Which would be more disappointing if they could not bring home a championship this year?
It's a good debate, good topic. Whether or not Halladay, Lee, Hamels, and I'll say that 11 staff, because Hamels had already pitched you to a World Series, so he had the pedigree to do it. Then you had a Cy Young winner in Halladay, and Cliff Lee, for a time, was maybe the best guy of the 3 there. That one is probably still a tick better than. They have more accomplishments than this one. I'll say that. Wheeler, I think, fits with those guys, but Halladay being a Cy Young Award winner, he slightly has more accomplishments than Wheeler does. And then I think the other 2 guys, Hamels and Lee, are better than what the 2 guys are here right now.
Yeah, listen, they had the better ERA throughout the entire season combined. But our buddy Jeff Kurt put out a fascinating stat, and he kind of inspired this topic right here. Lowest ERA for starting pitchers this year since May 6th with a minimum of 30 innings pitched. You have Ranger Suárez with a 1.17 ERA. That's 3rd best in the league. And then you have Zach Wheeler with a 1.95 ERA. I believe that's 10th best in the league since May 6th. These guys are pitching out of their mind right now. It's so tough for me. I probably go slightly this year because you have the young pitchers coming up too, and you have all this depth, right? And you go out and get Luzardo. You also have Ranger into the mix because you can go back and forth. Is he a bullpen guy? Can you utilize him in the postseason? Which guy is going to come out of the pen in the postseason? That'll be a conversation to have later in the year. So with all of that pitching in a postseason, I feel like just slight edge, I would probably go at this moment in time. I probably go with this year just because of how good they have been, and they've carried this team throughout the entire year because the offense has struggled at times, been better, obviously, but they have carried this team, and they would be the reason they'd win a World Series.
They would be the reason. There's no question about it. But I also think, you just said it, you're counting on younger pitchers, guys who have not been established in the postseason. Luzardo has pitched in the postseason not very well. Sanchez has been okay. Suarez has been pretty good when he has pitched in the postseason, pitched last year, pitched year before. He's been a part of this run. But I think they have more established guys in the 11 group. Although, I think as a 5, the 5 here might be better than the 5 there. But 5 guys don't start in the playoffs. It's generally 3 or 4 guys. So I would think the top 3 over there, I would take over the top 3 that they have now.
And also, I would also go this team because you also did win in 2008 and you got there in 2009. So you went to 2 World Series. You got 1. You got 1 championship. Not with those pitchers, obviously. Hamels was the lead guy in 2008. But this team has high – I don't know if it's higher expectations, but they haven't gotten it done yet. So I feel like that's why it would be more disappointing. They haven't won a World Series. they've gotten there, they have not won, and they've gone backwards in the postseason every year since then. So like feels like the last hoorah. If you don't get a World Series this year, massively disappointing for the era, not just even the pitching staff, for the entire era of Phillies baseball would be massively disappointing because you have so many guys coming off the books, and you might lose Ranger in free agency this year.
Yeah, that is an interesting point, the fact that this team hasn't won. But I think one of the things was that you did win with a lesser staff.
True.
And then you went out and got a better staff and thought, oh, man, we won with Hamels and a bunch of guys. Now we went out and got Cy Young potential pitchers. Now we're really equipped to win, and you weren't able to do it. I think that maybe was more disappointing.
Yeah, it's certainly disappointing, to say the least. This year, it's not over yet, so we might not have to be disappointed, which is the best part of this. It's June 19th at this point, so it's still early on in the season where it's like, all right, we can think about it. Maybe we'll be disappointed, but maybe we won't be disappointed. So this team's going to carry it. They have tons of starting pitching. Nola will probably come back later in the year. That's going to be a conversation. We've already talked about it before. Who's going to be coming out of the bullpen? One of the guys is going to have to be the odd man out in the playoffs. So we'll see when we get there. All right, moving along.
Couple of the guys are going to be the odd man out.
Yeah. So with the young players too, and especially if Painter comes up, what do you do with him? A lot of questions remain to be seen. All right, nugget number 3. We'll talk a little Birds before I get out of here. And the Eagles were not able to swing Jair Alexander and sign him. He goes to the Baltimore Ravens. We know that Darius Slay is no longer here. He is now in Pittsburgh. And that second corner spot is an interesting spot to look at heading into training camp and into next year, Mike. And Jeremy Fowler of ESPN recently did an interview and talked about one name that was interesting that's still a free agent and probably won't sign until July, and that's Asante Samuel Jr., not senior, Asante Samuel Jr. I know he's coming off of an injury, a shoulder, neck, around that area. Is this someone that the Eagles should take a flyer on? I think that it won't hurt the Eagles to add another body into there. And Asante Samuel Jr., the name recognition is already there for the fans. He's only 25 years old. It's just the injury bug has gotten him. I wouldn't mind to throw him into the mix with Ringo and all the other young guys that they do have there.
I wouldn't be against it. Didn't they do that with Adoree Jackson? Wasn't that kind of their way of saying, hey, we're going to get a veteran guy who's a first-round pick, who's had a pretty good career. He's a little older than Asante. I think Asante, we have a affinity here in Philadelphia to always go to the guy that we know. The dad played here. In a situation, former first-round pick, who's had a pretty good career, and here he is now. So are you bringing in Asante Samuel because you think he's better than Adoree Jackson, or because I know whose dad is?
I feel like you could bring him in because he's younger. He's 25 years old, and he might be better than Adoree Jackson if he stays healthy. That's the big question. It's the health with Asante Samuel Jr., and you can't have too much depth in the secondary. We know how young they are. They've lost some guys on the defensive side. I wouldn't hate bringing in another guy. You might not get him for that much. He's probably not going to cost you a ton if you can sign him in July. He's still a free agent. I would take a flyer on him too. Why not? It seems like when Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles take a flyer on a guy, I know Adoree's kind of that guy in a sense, but take another one. Why not? And try out that second spot. So I think Asante Samuel, just because of the age thing and the intangibles there, that big word we've been talking about today, intangibles, Mike. Asante Samuel, I wouldn't hate if they took a flyer on him.
Wouldn't hate it. I just don't think it's really all that. I think it's kind of duplicitous to what you already have here. And if you're going to do something, I don't know that Asante Samuel, excites me all that much. I think people get excited about him because they know him from college. They know his dad. Quite frankly, the injuries have made him kind of a player that he has not lived up to the hype. Let's just say that.
No, hasn't yet, but that's why I would be like, all right, maybe 25 years old, you try it. Are we even confident in Keely Ringo and Jackson on that outside spot? That's another, it's still a question mark at that position. I would want as much competition there as possible. Adding a guy like Samuel into the mix, who's played in the league already for a couple of years, has had the injury issues, yes, but adding that talent into the mix, it would not hurt them. That's my big thing. You want competition in training camp.
Well, and again, I think that was the reason of going out and getting a Dory Jackson. They looked at him as the competition. Ringo beat this guy who was been a first-round pick, who's been a starting player in this league. Not beat two of them, because then ultimately, then what? Where Ringo, they just falls off the depth chart. Because if you're bringing Asante Samuel Jr. in here, I would imagine that is he the backup, is he the starter, or is he just getting cut if he doesn't make it?
That doesn't matter to me. I mean, I want the best player at that position, Mike. He could get cut. I wouldn't care. If they could get a guy like Asante Samuel Jr. and have a Dory Jackson, I don't hate that second spot. You have Quinyon Mitchell. You have Cooper DeJean flying all around in the secondary. I'm cool with it at that point. They have plenty of depth there anyway with those young players. You got Ricks in the mix too, so they do have some young guys at that spot.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't think they want Ringo to be a third stringer. I think they want him to be a first stringer, and therefore, I don't see it happening.
He's very helpful on special teams, so you could just put him back on special teams, and he'll be fine.
Who, Ringo?
Yeah, leave him on special teams at that point.
All right, well, we'll see how they do it. I would imagine there's still one veteran guy out there, Justin Simmons, that I think would probably make more sense to them than Asante Samuel Jr.
All right, we'll see how
the whole Asante. I love the Eagles fans always love to have I've heard of this guy. He's been okay. He's been a disappointment.
There's nothing better. His dad was great. Maybe it'd be round 2 with his son. I don't know. All right, Mike. 3-pack of nuggets for you today.
There you go. All right. The Nuggets, of course, are brought to you by the Hub Gear that works as hard as you do. Nick's Nuggets are back again tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Like, subscribe, share, be a part of the show. Text board's open. If you want to hit us up, 609-403-0973. Phillies lineup. We told you that earlier. By the way, Buddy Kennedy is back. Weston Wilson has been sent down, and according to Charlotte Varnes of The Athletic, the reason Weston Wilson was optioned is so he can play every day and get his swing and timing back. He's only played 6 games in the month of June. Otto Kemp is the name that Topper brought up that could potentially platoon in left field with Max Kepler. So keep an eye out on that. By the way, Kemp tonight is in the lineup, and he is playing first base for the Phillies. He is hitting 6th in the Phillies lineup. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, 5 o'clock Sports Bash driving you home. Thanks to the Nuggets there. We had an interesting conversation, that Phillies talk. Would this team not winning a World Series be more disappointing? Now, he mentioned the 2008 team got a World Series. That core got a World Series. But the fact that they weren't able to get that second one, would that be more more disappointing? Not upsetting. I mean, you're not upset about it. You might be just dejected, disappointed as a sports fan. But at the Phillies group right now, this Harper, Realmuto, Schwarber, Castellanos, Turner, this group, Wheeler, Nola, if they never get a World Series, would that be more of a disappointment, or the fact that they never got that second one for the other group? Now, you would say, well, they got one, that's cool. But if the other group, the 2008 team, got a second one, where would that put them in the hierarchy of, remembrance in baseball? I remember in 2009 when they played the Yankees, talking about the possibility of what this would do for them in the hierarchy of history. If that Phillies team won back-to-back, and they did it by beating that Yankees team, wouldn't we be looking at that Phillies run so much differently? They were back-to-back World Series champions, that group of guys. The fact that they were never able to get that second one, I'm not saying it taints that era, but does it make that era a little bit more disappointing? In other words, if this era here doesn't win one, is it as disappointing as the 2008 to 11 squads, 12 really? They did get back to the playoffs in 12, and then that was it. What would be more of a look back and say, man, that was disappointing that they never were able to get that second one for that? Because realistically, that era and this era are the two most recent successes that you kind of look at. You look around and say, you got Harper, who's playing first base now. I mean, most of his time has been spent in the outfield here, and then he moved to first base last year. That group had Ryan Howard. Ryan Howard was the MVP of the league. He was the face of the franchise. Now, they had three faces of that franchise, but this is a very similar type of situation where that team had the Howard, Utley, Rollins. This team has the Harper, Schwarber. They have a bunch of guys. Realmuto. Who's the third guy of this era? Who's really that third guy? It's Harper, it's Schwarber, and who's the other guy in the kin to Howard, Utley, Rollins? Because that team had Howard, Utley, Rollins, and then they had Victorino, they had Wirt, they had Ruiz. You had guys who had all kind of gone through that 07, 08, 09. A couple pieces changed, much like here. They had Pat Burrell, then they went to Raul Ibanez, much like here, where left field has changed a bunch. But it's very similar where you have this core group of guys that have been together with success. That team got the World Series in their second try. 07, remember, they made the playoffs. They lost to is it Colorado?
Colorado.
And then they won in 08. Then they lost in 9, 10, 11, and 12. This team got to the World Series first, never won it, and then lost in 23, 24, and we'll see what happens next. There's some very interesting parallels.
I would say that the three guys for me, Mike, obviously it's Harper, it's Schwarber, but I would say the third guy's got to be Wheeler. Because I know...
Yeah, I'm talking about offensively, though. Because they have a similar dynamic, too, though. They had the three guys, and then they had their pitching staff, where you had Halladay. Halladay wasn't on the team that won the World Series, but he's certainly a face of that 08,
No, but see,
9,
that
and
08 team was built around the offense more than the pitching staff. I think this team's cornerstone is more the starting pitching than that team in 08 was.
Yes, but the question I'm asking is it more disappointing that they weren't able to win that second one because 100%. Of the pitching staff that they had?
Absolutely. And I think
of course it's disappointing. Is it more disappointing that group wasn't able to get that second one than it would be if this group never gets one?
Yes, because that team at least won one. So you knew it was in them. You knew that The DNA was already in that roster. You knew that between, Howard and Utley and Rollins and Ruiz and Hamels and Victorino, like you knew all those guys, it was in them. You knew that they could get, and they got back again the next year. And you felt like, well, all they need is one more guy, or they need a little bit more help, and they can do it. And it just never worked out. And it feels like the ultimate what if in Philly sports history.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. The 11 team not winning with that pitching staff, that was the question that originally came up from Nuggets, was the 11 team with that pitching staff not getting that second one for that group of guys, as opposed to this pitching staff not getting the first one for this group of guys. So my question was, you had that era of Howard, Utley, and Rollins. This era is Harper, Schwarber. Who's really that third guy of the offensive groupings? And then the pitching staff, they had Hamels, Halladay, Lee in the 11 crew. This one, it's been Wheeler and Nola, and Suárez has kind of been the third guy for these runs here. We'll see what ends up happening to him. But both of these teams kind of have the parallels where you have a lot of guys who have been around for a lot of these runs. They had Ruiz. You have Real Muto. They've got Victorino. You've got this Marsh Rojas thing going on 3 years now.
3 years now, yeah.
It's been the two of them, but that's been your center field situation now. Bohm. That team had, Pedro Feliz the first time around.
And later they got with Placido Polanco. They brought him back to play third.
Yeah, so Bohm has been a little bit more of an anchor for your team than at third base there. They had Rollins. You've now got Turner. They had Utley. You have Stott. So both teams, they had Worth, and you've got Castellanos. So both teams have kind of a very similar where you have your core group of guys where only a handful of pieces have changed. The pitching has really been the stars of your team. Now, I say the stars of your team. They had Howard, Utley, and Rollins.
The cornerstone.
Yeah. And you have, but who's that third face of this?
But that's part of the problem is the third face is probably Turner. And that's
who came here in 23.
Exactly. So he wasn't even here when you went to the World Series the first time.
He has won a World Series. You're hoping that he was kind of your modern day version of Pete Rose coming in to a team that lost in the World Series. He had won a World Series, and you're hoping that you signed him to kind of bring everybody else over the top. And by the way, Schwarber had also won a World Series.
I just feel like because Turner was added in after 2022, and because so much of this Phillies team is just exasperating. The center field mishmash, the Castellanos only having one really good year his entire tenure here, the who's playing left field today fiasco. And, of course,
can't even think of who played left field last year. Who they have? Oh, who played left field last year?
Austin Hayes. For a bit.
They had Weston Wilson. Weston Wilson played a playoff game in left field. Yeah. They traded for Austin Hayes, and then he got hurt.
And by the way, you mentioned about Alec Bohm as a cornerstone of third base. He was benched for a game in the postseason last year.
And Sosa played that game.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, this team, for as talented as they are, there is a bit of a duct tape. We're going to super glue some of these pieces together kind of feel to it. Whereas the teams in 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 felt much more like this is a well-built, cohesive team.
Well, I'll tell you what. If this group doesn't win a World Series, yes, it would be extremely disappointing with the Harper, with the Schwarber. The question, I guess, is that team after 11, when they lost to the Giants. They lost to the Giants in 11, right? In 12, they lost to the Cardinals.
Right. No, the Giants were 10. Let me pull it up. I thought because the Giants won their World Series in even number of years.
Then they didn't make the playoffs in 12. They got right, 11 was the last one.
11 was the last one because that was the game.
They played the Cardinals.
Right.
Yeah, and Howard got hurt.
Right.
At the end of that, though, so 7, bear with me here, right? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They had a run of 5 straight years.
Correct.
And after the 5th year,
It all fell apart.
they all started to break down. When will Harper, Schwarber, Real Muto, Halladay fell apart the next year.
Right.
He went from Cy Young to get lost pretty quickly. So if they don't win one this year, what does this team look like? Because the one problem the Phillies had that put them in a 10-year rut was after 11, they held on.
Right.
And they tried again. And Howard had the Achilles and didn't play for half the year. And then Utley had that weird elbow problem, and he didn't play.
And he regressed when he came back.
And he was never the same player. Howard wasn't the same player. Rollins started to slow down a little bit. He was an MVP player in 07. In 08, he was a catalyst. By 11, he was not the same player anymore. Are we looking at this Phillies crew now and wondering, man, when are they going to become the 12 Phillies? When are they going to become the 13 Phillies?
Well, based
when
on
you're looking to say, you probably should have traded Utley and Rollins and Howard when you had the chance. You probably should have traded Hamels when you had the chance.
Well, and based on the window that you just described, a 5-year window, it would be 2 years from now. 2 years from now.
Well, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, this season, then
4.
next season.
Right. So then 2027 is the year that everybody
How
drops
old
off.
were those guys when they started the decline? What was the age there where all of a sudden, because Howard ends up
Howard was 32 when he tore his
Achilles. And how old is Harper now? He's about the same age, right? 32? And Harper's starting to have some injury issues, right? He's starting to have the wrist thing here, the elbow problem he had. You're just looking at it and say, are there a lot of parallels? So that team went 07, 8, 9, 10, 11. They made the playoffs. And by the way, in 11, you go back to the 2011 season with the Phillies, they won 102 games that year. They went from winning 102 games to winning 81 games in one season.
So in 2012, Rollins was 33, Utley was 33, Howard was 32 at the end of the year when he turned 33.
So those two guys were 33 and Howard was 32. Now, how does that stack up with the Phillies crew right now?
So right now, Harper is 32.
Okay, so that lines up with Howard.
Schwarber is 32.
Okay.
Turner is also 32.
So they're
they're
about
all the same age.
Yeah, they're about the
basically.
same age.
There's
So-
just a few months difference in them.
And by the way, Castellanos is 33, Real Muto is 34, and Kepler is 32. You look at the pitching staff of this team, Wheeler is 35, which, when did Halladay lose it? When he went from 0 to 60, Halladay just absolutely lost it,
Halladay was 35.
which is where Wheeler's at now.
I will say.
Nola's 32, by the way, has 6 years left on his deal.
Yeah. By the way, Hamels. No, I need Lee. See, that year Lee was still good. So I get the next year then.
Lee was good in what year?
Lee was still good in 2012.
Yeah, Hamels, he fell off after 08. He was never quite the same guy after that 08 season.
See, Lee's final year, he was 35. But
Pitchers, I mean, some of these pitchers, like right now, Zach Wheeler's 35 years old, and he's still pretty darn good.
But
I
he
mean,
has less wear and tear on him than Halladay did at that point. Remember, Halladay
Yeah,
was
Halladay
was
pitched
a
a lot more.
horse in Toronto. Wheeler had that whole thing where, remember, like he didn't pitch a couple years there. He went for the Giants, the Mets, and all that stuff.
Cole and LBI says, I think it's not even a debate that this current team not winning a World Series is more disappointing than that other crew getting number 2. When you win it all, you can fully enjoy the excitement a ring brings. The last 3 years ended in disappointment. I understand the point of saying that it's this team not winning would be more disappointing. I think what is more disappointing in my mind, though, is the legacy of that 08 team is not all that. Because, and I'll explain why. The Phillies had not won a World Series since 80, okay? They don't win another one until '08.
Right.
It's a pretty long time. They end up beating the Rays. It wasn't like some epic World Series win over some epic World Series team. So while the Phillies fans, I think, look back at '08 and say, man, that was awesome, it's not the kind of World Series win that was a memorable series against a memorable team that cements that group as a great, like an all-time great. To which I remember being on the next year when they played the Yankees and saying, if you could beat the Yankees, you become legendary.
Right.
You become a memorable team where baseball fans around the globe say, oh, those '08, '09 Phillies, that was a team. Like, and that's why it's so disappointing.
And then
you did have the chance.
Yeah.
You did have the chance for that era, the '07 to '11 Phillies, to be bigger than they ended up being.
But it's also the idea that you never got back after '09 either. Like, one of the reasons why we look back on the Oakland A's.
Not only did you not get back, you got disappointed every single time.
Like the Oakland A's, when they had their 3 straight years going to the World Series, they only won one of those World Series, Mike, but we view them as an all-time team because we're like, wow, they got to the World Series 3 straight years. And the 1 year they lost, it was to an amazing pitcher in Oral Hershiser. And the other year they lost, they basically got beat by a on-fire Reds team. But they still won 1 out of the 3. If the Phillies would have been '08, '09, '10, let's say, they only won 1 of them, at least a part of you that's like, man, that team, they won 1, they got back twice. Like, you feel differently about it.
Yeah, I think if the Phillies were able to get, and that's where I see what the text message is suggesting. Like, for this team not to win would be disappointing, but let's put the pieces together real quick. In 2022, they get to the World Series out of right field.
Right.
No expectation before the season that that's a World Series team. You're just hoping to get back to the playoffs for the first time since 2011. And you get there, you go all the way to the World Series. That team was like an 86-win team. And then it wasn't like this Phillies group has had one of these magical regular seasons. Last year was a good regular season. But they didn't have like the 102-win year or one of those things. I don't know. I feel like that '07 team getting to the playoffs, losing, and then winning the World Series set up for an era to become special, and it didn't quite get there.
Yeah, the Phillies in '09 lose to the Yankees. The Phillies in 2023 lose to the Diamondbacks. It's a huge difference.
Coming up, we talked with Keith Pompey from the Inquirer earlier today. We'll have that conversation about AceBailey's decision coming up next on the Sports Bash. All right, 5:25. Got the Bet365 play of the day coming up in about 20 minutes from now. I think we had a winner last night. I think we had all three legs of the MLB going for you. Jeff in Ocean City, I hope you played them, buddy. I know you're on the beach today, but I made you some more money. Well, with three tough ones, too. I took the Rockies in that three-game parlay. Give it a little plus, I think it was plus 536. It's a little moneymaker for you out there. We'll get the complete standings coming up a little later. All right. Keith Pompey from the Inquirer, talk a little draft here. AceBailey, the story goes, he had a meeting with the Sixers scheduled for tomorrow. He has backed out of that. We'll get the details now. And how much does Bailey backing out of his workout change the Sixers' plans?
Credit, I give him respect for saying that, because you have to say it, right? But at the same time, when you look at it, here's a guy who refused to work out for a lot of teams, right? There are some questions going on about, questions about immaturity, questions about, not having really good interviews at the combine, questions about shot selection. And the way that this is going down, the Sixers could still draft them. But at the same time, you're looking at the Sixers team who have cultural problems, and you're saying to yourself, are you sure you want to bring this in there? Are you sure? So I do think that it changes things. It does. It kind of sort of like saying to certain teams, well, we'll force you to draft them. Like we don't think you're going to take them, but go ahead and we'll force you to do it. Yeah. So I do think that it changes the landscape because of all the things going on now. You figure, like, is he a valuable option still? Does he still remain to be a valuable option for the Sixers?
Yeah, I know there's other options here that are intriguing. Is to you, Keith Pompey, a clear-cut guy at number 3, or is he not the guy that entices you the most?
You know what? He enticed me the most. He did. I was I'm not going to say captain of the AceBailey, unofficial leader of the AceBailey fan club. But at the same time, I really like some of the things that he did and he does in regards to, when you have Hall of Famers like Carmelo Anthony, you have DeMarcus Cousins, all these other guys talking about him, and you look at a position of need. I know that's the number 3 pick, but you typically take a guy who's best player available. But when you look at where the 76ers roster is and how they're trying to win a championship, you look at him as a guy that, okay, maybe he can help out, right? When you see a guy like VJ Edgecombe, a lot of people like him. I like him as well. But when I look at him and I see that he's only 6'4", and who knows, he's probably going to be the pick. But when you look at him, you try to factor in, like, okay, what does that mean when you have a Jarrett McCain? What does that mean if you're trying to bring Quentin Grimes back? You have a bunch of guards. So to me, it's really like you look at AceBailey, and he is on paper the perfect fit in my mind to go with the Sixers. But right now, is what do the Sixers do? What are they going to do?
Yeah, Keith had a poll up on the X platform yesterday. 45 of your followers said AceBailey the pick, 39 Edgecombe, who is a little smaller. When you watch these NBA Finals, Keith, you see what Indiana has, a lot of duplicitous-sized guards. Does that change your mindset at all and say the Sixers say, is it, the way the league is kind of changing, do the Sixers look at that and say, you know what, they got a bunch of 6'4", 6'5" guards that they just keep throwing at you? We're okay with that.
If the Sixers weren't on the hook for Paul George and Joel Embiid's massive contracts, right, if they were a team like the Indiana Pacers where they're not paying any luxury tax and stuff like that, of course, yeah, I'd say that. But right now, when I look at the Sixers, now, again, I get it. You got a lot of guys who can come in there and they can play that position. But when I look at a team that's kind of like cash-strapped and they don't have a lot of options that way financially, I'm thinking of a team like, okay, how do you fill out a roster? Like, it's great to have a bunch of guards, but if you can't afford a power forward, hey, is that going to work for you? Because then some of those guards are going to have to play the forward position. And I don't know if you can play small ball like 80 times a season for you know what I mean, for like 48 minutes. That's not going to work.
AceBailey is a very polarizing guy for a couple of reasons. One, he doesn't. So he makes. Let's break this. He makes the appointment to come here tomorrow. They've got dinner, a movie, maybe Dr. J musings. Who knows? But they're rolling out the red carpet for this guy. He backs out of this. Do we know why he decides I don't want to go here?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out now. Like a lot of people are saying, it could be, right. Some people are wondering if it's worse. I mean, if it's worth coming to the 76ers right now, when you possibly have a place where you can go to, like if I drop or something, I can go to Washington. I can go to New Orleans. I can go to Brooklyn, and then there'll be a clearer path. Me personally, I just think that the guy is probably getting some poor advice. Now let's keep it 100. Kristaps Porzingis, he decided he didn't want to work out for the 76ers, and he landed at the New York Knicks, right? Matisse Thybulle, who was selected 20th by the Celtics, the Sixers had to trade up, but he chose not to work out for any teams in the draft, right? They expected him to fall to 24 to the Sixers. It didn't happen. So it's not the first time that a guy said, I'm not going to work out for said team and for things to pan out for him. I think the big thing here is, like you said, here's a guy who didn't want to work out for the Sixers, and all of a sudden VJ Edgecombe works out. Everyone's raving over what VJ Edgecombe did, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I'm coming in. And at the 11th hour, it's like, oh, sorry, I'm not coming in. So to me, that's the big thing right then and there.
Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer. The Sixers have the third pick in the NBA draft. So Bailey cancels the workout. Edgecombe, you mentioned before, could be the pick there. I think a lot of people. Is there anybody else even in the mix in your mind at 3?
At 3, you know what? The guy Trey Johnson is a good guy, a good pick. The thing about Trey, though, good guy, but he puts me more in mind of like a Klay Thompson type of guy. And what I mean by that is, he's a guy that comes in, he's known to be a great shooter, stuff like that. But at the same time, is he kind of like a third pick type of guy? Like, is he someone that you think, okay, right now we passed on these other dudes, he's there, are we going to take him? Aside from that, I feel like the other guys are basically guys who could go there, but the 76ers could like select them later, right? Mm-hmm. And then get more value for them. Or like basically, I'm going to get this guy, but I'm also going to get another first round pick, and it's going to help this roster out where you don't have a lot of cap space to get people in free agency. So, and one of those guys to me is Con Knipple, right? A pretty good shooter. Probably not pretty good. He's like the best shooter in the draft, right? And then not only that, I like his size. He's 6'7". He can play off of other great players. But then, the thing is, he's a plug and play player. Then you can go after that. You can go and say, okay, well, let's try to see if we can get a backup center. You know what I mean? But you're not going to do that at number 3. You're not. That's a backup center role would be something that I would get with a later first round pick if I was able to acquire 2.
Yeah, I know that you have 3. It feels like such a big impactful spot there. But Keith, is the right move for where this team is to try to see if someone wants to flip with you and move back a little bit?
I think it is. But at the same time, I also feel like you have to, if you're the 76ers, you have to at least give, even if you don't want them, you have to give that impression that AceBailey is still in play, right? Because let's just say if I'm the Washington Wizards who want to select 6, and I know that the 76ers are going to take VJ Edgecombe or Trey Johnson. Well, the team that I'm trying to trade with is the Charlotte Hornets now, right? You know what I mean? I'm like trying to start there. So I feel like the more that the Sixers act like they're interested, and who knows, they still may be. But the more they say like, yo, we're going to take him or we're really considering him, that comes to a point where more teams are going to give you more assets to get him. as opposed to just saying, okay, they're going to take someone else and let's just hone in on the Utah Jazz and the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second here. Obviously, pick 2, a lot of buzz around that, and Harper is the move for the Sixers to do whatever they can and get their hands on that kid.
I don't know, because to me, I feel like it's going to be another Markelle Fultz situation. Well, I shouldn't say that with him. And what I mean by that is you're going to give up so many assets for this guy that where they're going to try to break you as far as the draft picks that you have to give, to whereas is it going to be worth it just moving up one spot? I mean, again, I love him. I think that he's the perfect fit. He could play alongside Tyrese Maxey. But my question is, when you see a guy like Bain getting 4 first-round picks, right? Mm-hmm. You see Mikal Bridges last year getting 5 first-round picks. Well, if this is a draft where there's only 2 guys who supposedly can't miss prospects, how much do you think the Spurs are going to try to get? I mean, think about this. For DeJounte Murray, what did they get? 4 first-round picks from the Atlanta Hawks? So, to me, it's like, crazy. Yes. I mean, how many picks do the Sixers have to go up and get them? And then when we look at it, what other assets do you have? They're not going to take Joel Embiid. They're not going to take Paul George. So, to me, it's like, and they don't need the Maxey, and you don't want to get rid of Maxey. So it's just one of those things where I think that you're giving up too much, and maybe you don't even have enough to go up there and get them.
All right, what do you make? I know one of the Jazz writers was on a podcast, and he said, hey, I'm getting aggregated here. But he did say in the podcast that he knows that the Sixers called the Jazz for, offering up Paul George. Are the Sixers trying to unload that George contract on people?
I don't know. I mean, the Sixers, like, here again, it's one of those things where when you talk to them they're like, nah, we're not trying to do it. We're trying to bring everyone back. But again, it's kind of like, I think you got to ask. You got to go out there. Like, it's one of the things like, nah, I'm not trying to do it. But, babe, I'm so sorry. I got a deal that I couldn't pass up. I had to take it. Like, I do feel like the 76ers, yes, if they could get rid of that contract, they will get rid of that contract. And Mike, you're informed. This is something that came out as soon as the NBA Combine came out. As soon as the 76ers got that number 3 pick, word was that they were going to try to unload Paul George to Utah or to the Phoenix Suns, right? For marketing, Lowry marketing, or for Kevin Durant. And then what happens is it comes out now, and now the guy is saying he was aggregated. But again, this is something that we heard about before, and it's just like the 76ers going out there asking the San Antonio Spurs, can I get, the number 2 pick? Yes, they're going out there asking, trying to put like other people on the market too as well. They're just trying to do their due diligence right now,
Yeah, well, and it's funny because we were looking yesterday. Obviously, you see that you're like going through the trade machine. What works? I mean, a John Collins move would even work there. I mean, even marketing seems like, okay, that would be, you would do that in a heartbeat. But like even John Collins, who you get his off the book next year, it seems like the Sixers, if they could get a deal like that, that would be a no-brainer. You get to the 5th pick, plus you had a player like Collins get his contract off the book. Pick number 5 would be highly attractive to this group right now, wouldn't you think?
It would be. Yeah, it would be highly attractive. But then at the same time, what we're talking about is like, while that's highly attractive, and yes, while Utah might say, okay, let's go up in there and let's try to see what we can do with AceBailey, at the same time, why would they take on Paul George's contract?
Same question I had in my head, man.
Yeah, it's kind of like, what? Like, I mean, that's one of those, like, I'm sorry. Like, you got it. We're not doing that for Paul George's contract. And, like, Utah is sitting pretty right now. Like, when you look at it, yes, they do. They could go up and get him. But right now, it looks like, let's just say if AceBailey slides, right?
Yep.
I mean, Utah is sitting there. We already know who's going to go number 1 and number 2. So Utah is number 5. They could say, okay, well, you got VJ Edgecombe, you got Trey Johnson, and you got AceBailey. All right, well, you know, two, one of them isn't bad, or you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like one of those things, like, whoever we get. And then next year, they're probably going to struggle again next year, and they're going to be in another lottery.
Yeah.
So I don't feel like right now Utah is a team where their window is closing to where they like, I got to get this prospect to win a championship right now. But I will tell you, they may feel like if they get Paul George, if you got to take in Paul George, well, then they know they're not going to win anytime soon because they're going to have that money on the salary cap.
Yeah, I agree. What you said is the same thought in my head. Why would Utah want 3 years of Paul George sitting there and have to pay him that money? Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Where is Joel Embiid in your mind? We haven't heard any updates on him. Do we know anything about Embiid?
Nah, I can't really speak on that one. You know, I will say that, you know, you talk to people and they're like, oh, he's doing well, you know, he's doing this and that. And to be honest with you, I think to me, with the whole Joel Embiid situation is like a wait and see, right? You know, how many years, Mike, have we been in the offseason and everybody been saying, okay, Joel's rehabbing, we can't wait till the preseason comes. And then next thing you know, he doesn't practice the first day, or he's resting, or he's doing this and he's doing that. And then you got to wait until the regular season comes to get a glimpse of him, right? So to me, it's kind of like, you know, we've been close to a decade, if not a decade, dealing with stuff like this when it comes to Joel. So I'm not really listening to what's being said. I want to see it because you remember last year he was supposed to be healthy. And then what happened is it was like, oh, well, you know, it's like management. It's this, it's that. Then you find out the knee is swollen. And then you find out, you know, a whole lot of other things. So to me, it's one of those things where, I mean, I think Joel is a guy who doesn't really communicate with them as much as he could. Maybe he tells them stuff, but, you know, it's like a need-to-know basis. And to me, we'll find things out once we see him out there on the floor.
I know, I think it was Dr. J and Charles Barkley last week. Both had said on the Philadelphia radio stations that they have not been invited or have ever spoken to Joel. Do you find that to be wild, or is that normal?
I find that to be wild when you wild
Yeah.
when you regard who these two guys are. But if you know who Joel is, I find it to be normal. Like, I'm not surprised. Put it that way.
So that would be you would say that's a Joel, like he just doesn't care, doesn't like get the magnitude of who they are?
I think Joel is more like a private person, so to speak. Like, you know, he's into himself. Like, you know, it's funny. Like, you hear stories, remember? Like, you heard stories about, I mean, this is maybe a little different, but you hear stories about how he likes Maxey. Like, Joel comes into in the locker room and he's like real stoic and he, you know, this and that. He's not a morning person. And Maxey goes up to him. He's like, hey, how you doing, man? You ready for practice? You know, stuff like this. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but it gets to a point where then he comes back the next day. Hey, big fella. Then he comes back. And after a while, it's like, oh, come here, dude. You're going to be my friend. But you know what I mean? Because he's like that annoying little brother that you keep kicking out the room. After a while, look, man, you're not bothering. Go over there and sit in the chair. We're going to have fun. We're going to play games. So I think he has that type of personality where he keeps to himself. But at the same time, you know, it's also one of those things where, you know, Dr. J and Charles Barkley are amongst the all-time greats, right?
Yep.
And you would think, like, you know, if you had those guys, you can lean on them. But there's something else we got to understand about Joel is that, you know, Joel didn't grow up in America. He did not grow up a basketball fan. Like, he grew up a Kobe Bryant fan, but he wasn't a basketball fan per se. So certain guys who, like us, like, if we're in a locker room, like, oh, my God, Dr. J, oh, my God, Barkley was the beast. Well, you know, Joel might be that way if it was soccer or volleyball. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's just a cultural thing.
I have opined many times about Embiid's background and just not, you know, like, he didn't play the game. Like, he just doesn't, like, it might not resonate the way it does for us as the day-to-day. You know, like LeBron talks about this ring culture and how, you know, like Joel just did not grow up in that. and it just might be shocking to him how much people care about this.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I agree 100%. But it's just different.
You got Maxey. Is Grimes going to be back here and starting in your mind?
It depends on what they do in the draft, honestly.
He's not a guarantee.
I mean, my thing is, so here's the deal with the whole Grimes thing. The deal is, a team could make it hard for the 76ers to get him. Let's say if the 76ers, I think the 76ers feel like they have a great chance of getting him. But if we're going to be realistic, let's just say if you go out there and you draft VJ Edgecombe at number 3.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm not talking to Daryl Morey or anybody like that. I'm just saying, assume you go out there and get VJ Edgecombe at number 3. You already have Jared McCain. You have Tyrese Maxey. Edgecombe is going to be in that guard rotation. If you draft him number 3, he's making $11.1 million, right? So and then if he's one of those guys, you're going to have to play him. I don't know what role he's going to have, but he's going to have to play. So is it one of those things at that point, are you still invested in another guard to be a rotation guard, especially when you have Kelly Oubre coming back? You're going to pick up an 8.3 option. So, you know what? It to me, that's why it's one of those things where it's a wait and see.
Yeah.
First of all, how much are the 76ers willing to pay for? Honestly, it's kind of like, they're trying to win a championship and they have to fill out a roster. So, they're close to the cap with just 4 players. They're close to the cap with 4 players. So to me, it's just one of those things. Do you really want to be in the second apron or not?
Right. And then, of course, you got a couple guys who have player options that I would imagine opt back in. Gordon has a player option. Drummond has a player option. Those guys are probably likely to opt back in. Me and you are on the same page on a lot of these things. A Pitt and a West Virginia guy thinking the same today. That's kind of crazy. But I enjoyed seeing you, my man. Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Sixers draft for you Wednesday night and Thursday on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Keith.
All right, my favorite Mountaineer.
Take care, buddy. All right, Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer. 5:47. We'll wrap it up with the Bet365 play of the day. My man Jeff in Ocean City putting the pressure on me. Says I'm anxiously awaiting another winning play. He took my 3 plays from last night, and he got the odds that I told him. Plus 586. He hit all 3. Good stuff out of you, Jeff. Appreciate that. As always, and everybody out there, we got the Bet365 play of the day coming up next.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? See the lowest prices available with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more at TryLifeMD.com. 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I had gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get your free insurance benefits check in minutes right now at TryLifeMD.com. Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, time for the Bet365 play of the day. By the way, I did hit that three-teamer last night. Baltimore was up 8-0 on the Rays, and the Rays came back and scored 12 unanswered to win that game for me and to clinch my Bet365 play of the day, which makes me
182. 123 and 1.
182, 123 and 1. That puts some money in your pocket. We'll put more money in your pocket tonight with a simple over in the NBA Finals. 225.5, Thunder, Pacers. All the trends go that way for both these teams, by the way. They are both in position in this spot for an overplay tonight. So if you want to go over tonight, jump on board. If you want to sit this one out, I understand. I don't know how hot I can stay. I won 3 baseball games yesterday. I gave you a WNBA play on Tuesday. Do we hit the Monday game too?
Yeah, Monday as well.
Undefeated this week. Keep playing. Stick around. Over tonight, 222.5. There you go. It's my Bet365 play of the day. 60 games over 500. Sounds like a lot of money, Josh.
Sounds like it sounds like a lot of winning for people as long as they are actually playing them.
Kind of like the Braves tonight, too, but I'm not playing that one. Sweep the Mets. How about that? Spencer Strider, I think.
Is that more hoping than anything else?
No, the trend says that's the way to go in that particular one. Strider pitching tonight. There you go. If you want to throw that in there just for a little fun. That's not my official play. It's Strider and Clay Holmes. Phil's tonight. We'll recap it tomorrow. Mike McGarry will be here. It'll be a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. The Friday Five. The best of the Sports Bash is up next.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Stop by Sherwin-Williams and get 30% off select paints and stains June 13th through the 23rd. It's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Refresh your home inside and out with colors that make every space feel brand new. From cozy interiors to stunning exteriors, we've got the perfect shade for your next project. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.